Good. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the provision of the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to the elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'm Senator Sheldon, the chair of the committee, and I'm joined by other committee members via video conference. These are public proceedings being streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing Set the Standard report, as chair, I'll ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. And now welcome in person representatives from the Independent Schools Australia and the National Catholic Education Commission. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to the Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you'll appear here today? I want to start with Independent Schools Australia.
Thanks, Chair. Graham Catt, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Independent Schools Australia. And Caroline Miller.
Caroline Miller, Director of Policy and Research, Independent Schools Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Jacinta Collins, the National Catholic Education Commission, and with me.
Thanks, Chair. Andrew Long, Government Relations and Policy Advisor, National Catholic Education Commission.
Good, thanks very much. Just be helpful before you speak too, if you could give your name, and then that'll be of assistance to Hansard, but also for those that are listening in. I now invite you each to make a short opening statement. And at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. If the opening statement is quite long, that will be of assistance to the committee. If you just hand it up, we'll make sure it's on Hansard. It'll be public. But I might just start then with the Independent Schools Australia first, if they wish to make an opening statement.
Thanks very much, Chair. And yes, I do have an opening statement, and thanks, Senators, for the opportunity to be here this morning. Just a little bit about Independent Schools Australia. We are the national peak body for independent schooling. We have 8 member organisations. They are the associations of independent schools in each state and territory around Australia. And through those 8 members, we represent essentially 716,000 students, just over, and about 1,215 schools, and importantly to note, a workforce of about 120,000 people, and there's over 60,000 teachers working in independent schools. In terms of the size of the sector, the latest data shows that about 1 in 6 Australian school students across the board attend an independent school. If we think about secondary schooling, that figure's about 1 in 5. So this is 20% of Australia's student population in schooling. We make the point that independent schools are highly diverse. The size of our schools, the location of our schools, their educational philosophy or their approach to education, and importantly their student bodies and their parent bodies. Students at independent schools reflect the full diversity of Australian society, and that includes high needs students with disability who may be attending independent special schools. It includes Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students who are attending, in some cases, remote Indigenous schools, in some cases boarding in boarding schools that provide the only educational option for those from remote communities. That could be in a regional location or in a city. And we've got about a third of our sector is actually based outside of the major cities, so we play a very important role in providing education options for regional and rural and remote students, and also for some of our most highly disadvantaged young people. And that includes schools that work with those who are at risk of disengaging from education in the mainstream completely. Our special assistance schools, who have been highlighted for the work that they do, essentially in turning lives around, but in actually providing pathways for those students into further education or into employment. I make the point that our schools are diverse too in the fees that they charge. So the median average fee for an independent school in Australia in 2024 sits at around $5,530. and the majority of schools actually charge fees under $6,000 a year. And it's worth noting too that there are hundreds of independent schools that charge no fees at all, particularly those that serve those disadvantaged communities and those students. The reality more broadly in 2024 is that most families of children in non-government schools generally are middle to low income earners. They live in the outer suburban areas of Australia, they live in inner suburban communities, and increasingly one of the trends that we are seeing is that they are increasingly cultural diverse. And these families make substantial sacrifices, often because they believe in the choice of education that they've made that they feel is the best for their child. And although, as I said, most school fees are actually in the range of $3,000 to $6,000 a year for a working family, that's still a substantial commitment. But for those families as well, we know from the research that they prioritise that investment in education over just about anything else in the family budget, because they believe that investment is critical and they believe it's the most important thing they can do for their child. And importantly too, we know from our research that they believe that that investment in education is also a primary role of the Australian government. That's something that comes through very strongly from those families. If we turn a little bit more towards the aims of the bill, we go back to 2011 and we think about the review of funding for schooling. The Gonski review actually stated that investment and high expectations must go hand in hand. Every school must be appropriately resourced to support every child, and every teacher must expect the most from every child. And the recent review to inform a better and fairer education highlighted that there are significant challenges facing school education today. They included the challenges in improving student outcomes, it included the challenges around student wellbeing and mental health, and building a strong and sustainable teacher workforce. But it was clear that those challenges weren't restricted to just one sector of school education. All sectors are actually committed to improving the educational outcomes for all Australian students, and as a peak body for independent schools, I can say with absolute confidence that I could not find in those 1,215 schools or that workforce of 120,000 people a single educator, a single teacher, a single parent who will not actually support us, as we have been very clear in supporting that the objective of ensuring that all schools are funded to 100% of their schooling resource standard is where we need to be, because it will help all schools and it will help our education system achieve that goal. But I will say it's imperative too that, as Gonski recommended, we ensure that that does mean all students in all schools, in all sectors, having access to those resources, regardless of the sectoral system that they're in, and encourage us to be sector blind. So to our specific concerns with the bill as it stands, the Australian Education Act of 2013 came from the Gonski report. And it's quite unique in the history of school funding in Australia because it incorporates that concept of common funding arrangements for the government and the non-government sectors. And it reflects the aspirations of the then Labor government, which was to create a sector-blind, needs-based funding system that ensured the resourcing was provided where it was needed for all students in all schools in all sectors. Now, that doesn't mean the funding arrangements are the same for both government and non-government schools. So non-government schools base funding, for example, is actually reduced by the capacity of parents to contribute, and that's the CTC system. Government schools funding is not. So in independent schools, that reduction in base funding translates to the payment of fees by parents, and in our sector, those fees translate nationally to a $9 million contribution that parents choose to make for their children's education. And again, I would highlight they see that as a worthwhile investment and a primary investment, not just in their own child, but in our education system generally. So currently, if we look at the Australian Education Act, the principle underpinning that Act is that sector-blind, needs-based approach. The preamble to the Act states that to help education authorities provide every child with a quality education, regardless of where they live and what school they attend, this investment will be fairly and transparently distributed and allocated according to need. However, the proposed changes to the wording of the preamble and the inclusion of some mechanisms in the bill to safeguard government school funding only threaten to undermine that premise. So, for example, the bill includes the creation of a funding floor for government schools only, a ratchet mechanism for government schools only to ensure that funding cannot go backwards. But I'd urge the committee to consider in their recommendations the words of Gonski and safeguarding that underpinning principle of a shared approach to funding for all students in all sectors. That is a hallmark currently of this very important Act. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senators, and look forward to the discussion and happy to table a copy of that statement.
Good, thank you. And over to Catholic Education.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear today. I should commence declaring a broader interest, since my colleague has highlighted the 2011 Gonski review process, where I was Assistant Minister to Minister Garrett and Prime Minister Gillard. So my perspective is also covered by the history, but informs the role that I am currently in with respect to being Executive Director for the National Catholic Education Commission. That said, Catholic Education strongly welcomes the Australian Government's plan to work with states and territories to ensure government schools reach the recommended current standard of funding. After, as Graham mentioned, incorporating the increasing parental contributions required under the Act, Catholic schools finally transitioned to the schooling resource standard in 2023. This is except for the Northern Territory, where the bilateral agreement with the Northern Territory has non-government schools moving to their full resourcing standard by 2029. And we think it is appropriate. In fact, it would help bed down some protracted politicisation of school funding if government schools ultimately finally reached their 100% of the resourcing standard. I could perhaps spend too much time reflecting on some of the history there, but I think it's important for senators to appreciate, given some of the submissions I've reviewed, that the 2013 offer to states and territories was $2 Commonwealth to one state or territory dollar to lift schools up to 95% of the schooling resource standard in the first 6 years. Now, that was not realised, and ambitions that further lifting for for government schools would occur subsequent to that has not been realised. We regret that because we think it's not appropriate for students in government schools, and a high proportion of Catholic students are in government schools as well. But also it's protracting the school funding wars that many of us are familiar with even ahead of 2011. I'd highlight for senators that those protracted school funding wars were a significant factor in two parliamentary leaders not retaining office. The first of those, or not achieving office, was Mark Latham and what was called the 100 Schools hit list. The second one was Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull and the debate over changes and cuts that his government was attempting to make to non-government schools. So this is a highly politicised space where a settlement of the ambition of Prime Minister Gillard that all schools reach their schooling resourcing standard is long awaited and well supported. Our overall education system is a complex area of public policy which requires national cooperation and evidence-informed policies, reforms and practices to meet the needs of students. I would caution senators, having reviewed some of the other submissions as well, that because of that complexity, what appear to be straightforward comparisons or assessments may not be the case. One example there is the submission from two highly eminent commentators in this area, Stephen Lamb and Parsi Salberg, refers to the Commonwealth meeting a third of the increase in funding that Gonski recommended. And I went back and researched what was the Prime Minister's offer at the time, and as I highlighted at that point in time, it was $2 for one. At this stage, the Commonwealth's offer is $1 for one, and states and territories are suggesting that, if I say the language of one of the submissions, that the Commonwealth has vastly superior financial resources, and it's unfortunate that we're not hearing from states and territories as to why the Commonwealth's vastly superior financial resources obviate them making a contribution to lifting government schools to the resourcing standard today as opposed to when it first commenced in 2011. Now, with respect to the bill, while Catholic systems and schools are bound by the bilateral agreement by their state and territory, they're not a signatory to that agreement. And while the aim for this bill to lift government schools is strongly supported by all sectors, the position of non-government schools is different to that of government schools. However, we would like to indicate that we've appreciated the effort made by governments, both Commonwealth and state, to consult with Catholic education during the development of the Better Fairer Schools Agreement and the bill, and indeed the recognition by those that have signed the agreement of the important role of non-government schooling in Australia. The broader impact, I think, though, of this debate has been the protracted settlement of the agreement. We are moving or remaining in the school funding wars space because settling this next agreement has been such a protracted process. And we hope that agreements will be settled in the next few months, so that we can move into the next school year with the certainty we need to deliver to the over 800,000 students that attend Catholic schools, and a significant number of students in Australia that have done so for over 200 years. Now, just one area of reservation about the bill. We have reservations about introducing sector-specific language into the preamble or the objects of the bill. Doing so modifies the existing unified understanding of the importance of a strong and sustainable schooling system, to quote the words from it, and a good education in the current preamble of the Act. If I cite the words of Prime Minister Gillard at the time, reflecting also on Mr Catt's comments, an entitlement, or education as an entitlement of citizenship. It lifts us well above some of the debates that have been occurring over school funding. Now, given this change, any guarantees to protect Commonwealth funding shares for government schools to maintain funding should be sector neutral and afforded to students in Australia's non-government schools. We need that certainty as well. And we are in discussions with the department, and we hope also that the committee will reflect on maintaining the sector neutrality approach that the Commonwealth has maintained for decades in respect to school funding. The other caution I indicated at the outset is some of the comparisons you see in some of the submissions. My colleague highlighted the capacity to contribute arrangements that apply only to non-government schools. I would also suggest caution over reflections on capital and how that's managed across different sectors. The history of capital, which was an area I had portfolio responsibility for in the past, is that other than for targeted capital programs, capital for government schools was provided by states historically. We had the BER program, we had solar schools programs, we've had trade training centre programs. Some of the senators here would be familiar with, but the Commonwealth did not historically have a set ongoing contribution to capital for government schools. They make a small contribution to capital at both governments at a state and Commonwealth level, but closer to 90% of capital for non-government schools is provided by parents via their fees or contributions from other sources. In conclusion, Chair, I'd say 2 points. One is that it is now time for the state and territory governments to step up in order to ensure they provide ongoing and sustainable funding for student schools and systems for which they have responsibility. A contribution of dollar for the remaining 5%, I believe, is reasonable. And the other point around the bill with respect to the provisions for transparency and accountability of public education, we believe are appropriate. They should apply on a sector-neutral basis. The transparency and accountability required of government schools and systems for public funding should also meet the currently high standard of regulation which exists at the Commonwealth level for non-government schools and systems, and that's another area where states should be held more accountable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Terrific, thank you. I was just having some technical difficulties as I was listening to those opening statements. So my apologies if my questions go to what you've already covered, but I just want to deal with a couple of points and have you both respond if that's okay. And thank you for appearing before the committee. So since the Gonski Review in 2011, the government has adopted a sector-blind approach to school funding. And I think you were noting before that this was supported by the previous Labor Prime Ministers such as Julia Gillard. And you've raised concerns in your submissions about the move away from sector-neutral language throughout the bill to a clear delineation between the government and non-government sectors. Why do you believe it's important to have the neutrality, and what potential risks do you see from adopting sector-specific language?
Okay, thanks, Senator. I'll answer that question by saying I think from my perspective there is an underpinning assumption that lies behind the need to have sector-specific language, and it essentially implies that there is a need to protect one sector and another sector doesn't need any help. And I think it's reflected in the wider discourse about school funding. I think certainly the conversations that we have with many in this place and outside it, the overarching view seems to be that non-government schools are okay, they're positioned, they're at 100% of their schooling resource standard, or in some cases above, and that translates to a sector that doesn't need any assistance or a sector that doesn't need any support. That underpinning assumption I would urge senators to consider in the context of the many schools that are out there in sectors. There are a range of schools in the non-government sectors, the independent sectors. There are special assistance schools, and I know many senators are familiar with those in their states or have relationships with those in their states that actually worked with some of our most at-risk students. And as I said in my opening statement, actually turn lives around and provide pathways for students that would actually disengage from education entirely into work or into further education. There are independent schools that work with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, both on country, actually driving the development of models, working with community and actually developing pedagogy that actually supports communities and supports both the Australian curriculum and traditional ways of learning. And those schools are independent schools. So I think the underpinning assumption that all schools are the same, that no independent school needs the kind of support that would be provided for a government school, is where I would see the flaw in that rationale. I think, and that is the point of being sector blind. I think as Colin said, we've actually, the minute we move into conversations about funding and conversations about division, we start to move to examples and concepts of what an independent school looks like, or a Catholic school looks like, or a public school looks like, which are only that, they're examples. There are 1,215 independent schools and they are all different. And there are schools that need that support, that need the kind of if we are going to have safeguards in the Act, then those safeguards need to apply for some of those schools that are working with those student populations as much as any other. I think we fall into the challenge when we talk particularly about school funding, and we did it ourselves, of talking about school funding. And make the point that our system, that's the needs-based, sector-blind system, is based on the needs of students. This is about funding that goes to schools, is funding that reflects the student population. And as we've said, in non-government schools, it then takes into account the capacity or the socio-economic circumstances of parents. But this is about students. So it serves us to not think about the funding of schools as a collection of buildings or grounds. It is actually the funding of students that are gathered together into one school. So I might leave my answer there and pass over to Ms Collins.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator, whilst we wait for government schools to reach their full schooling resource standard, governments are inclined to proceed with a range of targeted programs to address particular areas of need that may not necessarily match the objectives of the current Act. An example would be the current Commonwealth teaching scholarships, where non-government schools were excluded. We complained about that at the time, and we would not want to see that situation continue. The general argument applied at times about things such as that program is, but it's only government schools who suffer teaching shortages. Now, that's clearly not the case. The 40% of our schools in regional Australia also suffer teaching shortages, and measures that are targeted at just one sector tend to just churn the problem rather than resolve it. So you have teachers moving from one sector or another rather than increasing the supply of teachers into a particular region. The danger, again, of not completing the overall funding model is that there will be a continuation of these sorts of sector-specific programs. And our concern at the Commonwealth level with the current mix of funding is states and territories tend to have a lack of competitive neutrality in that they're operating both as the employer and as the regulator of education. And we find that it's quite appropriate at a state level from time to time that they will put out programs specifically designed for their sector. But if the Commonwealth starts doing that, that skews the whole principles of the Australian Education Act. It is, as Prime Minister Gillard at the time said, structured in a way which recognises that all Australian children have an entitlement to support in education, and for parents choosing non-government schools, reasonable expectation that some level of contribution will come from families. Now, that said, we have a number of children in our schools that we heavily subsidise or completely subsidise. Indeed, we have agreements with some states that support, for example, students who are in state care attending our schools, and they're fully subsidised as well. The notion that students in Catholic schools are privileged and in private education is unfortunately one of the public myths arising out of this protracted political debate over funding.
I now rotate to Senator Billick. Oh, we can't hear you, Senator Billick. You're on mute, Senator Billick. We still can't hear you. Senator Brown, I might go to you so we keep on schedule.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for your opening statements. This bill is predominantly about putting public schools on a pathway to full and fair funding, and I was interested to read in your submissions about non-government schools' perspectives on why full funding and also through your opening statement, why full funding for public schools is important. Can you just tell us a little bit more about behind that statement and your reasoning?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So to the question, why are we supportive of ensuring that all government schools are funded to 100% of their schooling resource standard is another question. Yeah, look, absolutely. I think the independent schools are not something other than the school education system. And I began with a few statistics, which were 715,000 students, 1,200 schools, 120,000 employees combined with the schools in the Catholic sector. That is a third of the students in Australia and their parents and their families. It is not a small portion, it is a significant portion. And independent schools and Catholic schools are integral to the Australian system of education. But integral to that as well, from the perspective of our sectors, is that we need all schools to be properly resourced and properly funded with the resources they need so their students can achieve outcomes. So, as I said in my opening statement, we represent ultimately schools. I don't think there is a leader in any one of those schools who would look at this funding debate from the perspective of saying we shouldn't fund our government schools. We shouldn't get them to 100% of their schooling resource standard, because that's actually what will create an education system that delivers outcomes, and they are part of that education system. Put very simply, lifting the lake lifts all the boats. And I think the views of everyone in our sectors is that's exactly what we should be aiming to do. I was at a meeting yesterday with about 12 school principals, chairs of boards and P&C chairs. And it was interesting, again, the point was made that at the coalface, when it comes to teaching, when it comes to school populations, there is none of the divisiveness that characterises the debate about school funding. You know, we are all teachers, we all do the same things, we are working with what we have to achieve outcomes for our children. And I think that's the view that we would take forward. So certainly, you know, we have been very on the record. We have very, very strongly supportive of the government's objective in achieving that. And it goes to our concerns, as Ms Collins has pointed out, that in the protracted conversation about school funding, in the, I think, sometimes accepted proposal is put out there that perhaps the reason we can't get our government schools to 100% of their schooling resource standard is because we fund non-government schools, which is patently incorrect, that we've actually gone down a road that takes us away from working together to lift the lake and takes us into working against each other to actually keep it where it is.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Ms Collins? Hi, Jacinta. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Senator. Look, I think building on Mr Catt's comments, I'd make one further point to what I've said earlier, which is around the caution. One of your submissions you'll hear from later today, Mr Michael Schaefer, who's a student at Murdoch University. He suggests in a fairly brief submission that we need to be addressing the issue of segregation and concentrations of disadvantage. Now, we agree with that in principle. In fact, though, he is looking at an assessment of whether the funding share non-government schools receive across Catholic and independents is appropriate given the socio-economic or socio-educational advantage of the students that we serve. Now, there's no clarity in how he describes what that formula should be, and I would highlight for senators some work that Michelle Bruniges, the former Secretary of the Department, and the Ramsay Foundation are now doing in that area that we're working in partnership too. There's no question that concentrations of disadvantage should be a concern in the public policy space. It was recommended by the review that further work needed to occur to look at that challenge. But I continue to highlight that concentration of disadvantage occur across all sectors. We have mostly Indigenous schools that we've been running for a very long time. The concentrations of disadvantage there are huge. We have Indigenous boarding schools and as well as the independent sector as well, where the concentrations of disadvantage are huge. I contributed in a Senate inquiry almost 2 decades ago into Indigenous education, and we went to 2 New South Wales towns. One town had all the highly disadvantaged students in the government sector. The other town had all the highly disadvantaged students in the non-government sector. We hope that for a broader range of social policy measures you can avoid that sort of segregation, but just highlighting it as a government sector issue or a government school sector issue, I don't think is helpful.
Senator Brown, I'm sorry, I'll have to go to Senator Orman-Payne.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think I've heard fairly loud and clear that both the ISA and the Catholic Education Commission believe that we need to end the school funding wars and that we need to have everyone across the sector at their schooling resource standard. I'm wondering if you could explain to me then why, when there is discussion about bringing independent schools who are currently over the schooling resource standard down to the standard, there's a lot of jumping up and down and saying that that's not okay. Is it both of your positions that they should remain above the standard, or if we're actually talking about bringing everyone to the standard, then we should accept that that does mean that we need to, in addition to rapidly transitioning those who are below up in both sectors, that we also need to rapidly transition down those who are over in both sectors?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. So there are independent schools that, when the funding methodology changed a few years ago, and are actually now, as a result of that change, sitting above their schooling resource standard. and a pathway was determined for those schools to transition down. The date that Ms Collins referred to it in relation to where we are trying to get government schools to their schooling resource standard is 2029. And independent schools that were above that schooling resource standard are on a pathway to be at that SRS by 2029. Now, the question sometimes is asked, why is it taking that long? Why are there so many of them? It would be worth stressing that some of those schools that are above the schooling resource standard may be above it by a tiny amount. They're still above it, but it's only by a tiny amount of funding. We're not talking multi-millions of dollars. And there'll be a very small proportion that are coming down. The answer to the question too is that that pathway down to the schooling resource standard from a school perspective actually is the reduction in funding over a period of years. Now, some of those funding reductions on an annual basis can be quite significant, and they translate into the operation of a school. They translate into employing teachers, they translate into facilities, they translate into other costs. So the reason those transition arrangements were put in place was to enable those schools to actually smooth out those costs over time and arrive at the point they should be. There is no objection, and I'm happy to be on the record, there's no objection from us as a peak body that that pathway exists. There are schools that speak to the Department of Education primarily about some of the complications they experience in that pathway. You know, the loss of funding in the hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars in a single year can be problematic from the point of view of operating a school, but they would have that funding with the department, that conversation, with the department. But there is no philosophical objection to the fact that schools are on a pathway to arrive at their schooling resource standard by 2029.
So is it your position, Mr Catt, that it would pose difficulties for those schools if they were transitioned down more quickly?
Essentially, yes. Those schools they were asked to by government. They were asked to develop a plan in order to be able to move from one point to another over that period of time, to take into account what that meant for them operationally, what that means for their student population, for their fees, for their costs, and they have developed those plans. So I think as it would for any organisation in any sector, to suddenly have to change that and experience those funding reductions more quickly or more rapidly over time would be a problem, yes.
Senator.
So I guess the converse of that would be then that given the difficulties that it would pose for those schools in terms of their operations and what they can deliver for students, in having money taken away to come down to 100%, that just only really highlights even more why it is so problematic that 98% of our public schools aren't even at that standard and aren't even operating at that level. Would that be a fair assessment?
I'm not sure it highlights, Senator, with all due respect, that the issue, I think it's a separate issue. You know, I think we both referred to the fact that there is our full support as sectors and as peak bodies for getting our government schools to where they should be to that SRS as fully as quickly as possible. But I don't think the two actually align in the way that you've actually suggested.
Senator Orman-Payne, I'll need to go now to Senator Brockman.
Oh, I had one more question, Chair.
We're running out of time. I'm sorry. You can put it on notice, but Senator Brockman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just want to go to section 35A of the bill, establishing a funding floor for government schools of 20% and inserting rules preventing funding from decreasing below previous years. No such funding floor has been inserted for non-government schools. Are there any risks in that approach?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Senator Brockman. That goes back to the comments we made at the outset. So this bill is dealing with funding shares for government schools. Prior to now, the Act provided a different regime in relation to government and non-government schools. We are in discussions with the department about whether introducing that floor creates difficulties for non-government schools on not having a similar provision. That's a secondary issue to the first one I raised, which is even adjusting the objects of the Act to talk about sector-specific areas as well. So we hope that some fairly straightforward arrangement could maintain the sector neutrality approach that the Commonwealth has had. We don't have a neat solution to offer you at the moment.
Okay.
But there are risks. The risks are that a future government might decide to make changes to one sector as opposed to the other. Not that that's in the current government's intentions, so we're reasonably optimistic that that issue can be addressed.
Yeah, Senator, I would just add, I'd highlight what Ms Collins just said. That is the risk. The risk isn't today, the risk isn't in 2024. The risk is what are we putting in place that could be used by a future government. I think the second risk is, in my experience, policy always has unintended consequences. And I would say I'm not entirely sure that we've done a thorough enough assessment of what the unintended consequences might be. And to Ms Collins' point about conversations with the department that are happening currently, what seems to be a fairly innocuous change to support our government schools in reaching their resourcing goal, what does that translate to in a future sense? What haven't we thought of?
If I might, Chair, just elaborate on one aspect of that risk as an example, and it's not necessarily an example for the Commonwealth Act, it's partly an example that addresses the obligations on states and territories so far as they relate to the resourcing standard and their funding of their 20%. The Victorian government's introduction of payroll tax is an example. So for some schools with fees that were originally determined not to be a component of this funding model, a state has decided to introduce a payroll tax that only applies to schools that charge fees over $15,000. That also undermines the principle of the model not accommodating fees. We did look quite some years ago as to whether fees should be a component of the income that non-government schools are able to attract, and that was eliminated from the process. But subsequently, you find one state, fortunately only one state, deciding to take a different path. So in some respects, we might be second-guessing what either a future Commonwealth or a state government might choose to do. But a clear component of this funding model is the Prime Minister Gillard citizenship entitlement, which is all schools should attract at least 20% of the resourcing standard. And the exemption there is Victoria, where if you go to a school that charges certain fee levels, then you lose a fairly hefty payroll tax at the same time.
I suspect I'm going to run out of time, so I'm just going to try and get a couple more quick questions in. Under the legislation and along the same vein, the proposed legislation, I should say, regulations tabled concerning government school funding are not subject to disallowance, whereas regulations for non-government school funding are subject to disallowance. Does this pose any risks for the non-government sector from your point of view?
The risk could run two ways. It depends on what a future government might choose to do. So, for example, a future government might choose to introduce regulations where you may want to be able to build a public campaign complaining about the impact of them and seek to have them disallowed. Equally, absolving disallowance from regulations could posit different problems. In terms of this measure, with respect to the funding shares of government schools, I can't see a significant risk in them not being disallowable, and it's not an uncommon instrument in terms of regulations for those standards to apply. But the risk for non-government schools of having disallowance could work both ways.
Yeah. Senator, could I think another way to frame that question is why do we have differentiation between the two? Why is one disallowable and one allowable? I think, as we've hinted, we're probably in discussions with the department about that at the moment. We're happy to come back with more information on notice as we start to firm up our response to the department as well.
Great. Have I still got the call, Chair?
I'll now have to go to Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. Now, can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Oh, great, thanks. Thanks for your submissions and appearing today. My first question's probably to you, Jacinta. I'm just going to call you Jacinta because that's what I always call you. You mentioned earlier that the Commission is of the view that now is the time for state and territory governments to sort of step up to fund the schools they're responsible for. Can you elaborate on this for the committee, please?
Sure. Thank you, Senator Katrina. It's time for some funding certainty. I'm quite concerned at Senator Allman-Payne's suggestion or question in relation to more rapidly transitioning schools that have the certainty of funding arrangements up until 2029 under the non-government school funding agreement. And I go back to the comments that I made at the outset. In lifting schools to a resourcing standard, it's a mixed responsibility between Commonwealth and state governments, and in our case, parents as well. There have been fee adjustments also that have had to occur as we all move to the resourcing standard. So it's a mixed responsibility. In 2013, that responsibility was $2 Commonwealth dollars to $1 state dollar. The current offer, given that the original ambition was that states longer than 6 years would eventually move to their full resourcing standard, and that stagnated after the change of government and with the previous government. The offer now of dollar to dollar, in my view, is quite generous from the Commonwealth, because the initial ambition of this funding model was, with some further times, states and territories would lift government schools up to 100% of the resourcing standard, and the 80-20 and the reverse of the 80-20 for non-government schools would continue to be the structure of it. This bill and the current government's position to shift up by another 2.5% is, in my view, understanding the history of this model and its funding, a generous offer, and I would encourage those states who continue to hold out to understand that that is a generous offer and in some case reflects their existing expenditure, which would be shifted to the Commonwealth if the share was changed. It's a generous offer, and those states and territories that remain outside agreements should step up.
Thanks. Have you actually, or your organisation, actually asked the states to step up?
Yes, we have.
Great, thanks. Your submission also supports the inclusion, supporting transparency and accountability as a function of the Education Act, Australian Education Act, and explains that Catholic schools and systems meet the current high standards. So I'm interested to know, in your opinion, what's the benefit for increased accountability in the school system in Australia?
Oh, that could be another hearing in itself, Senator. The benefit of understanding where your delivery of a quality education service is challenged is one component, but for the Commonwealth Government and why the level of accountability for non-government schools, since their share is so much more significant, is the usual responsibilities of accountability for expenditure. Now, we saw examples of that for the Building Education Revolution, where our systems were highly agile and able to support the government during the global financial crisis. But at the same time, the accountability and the stewardship around how you expend funds, whether they're funds from our families, our parents, or whether it's funds from the state or the Commonwealth Government, is very important. But because the Commonwealth has such a more significant role with non-government schools, the accountability standards there have been in place for quite some time. They are seeking to ensure that they're more adequate in terms of accountability for states and territories. The level of reporting to states and territories in some areas can improve quite a bit. There's an audit report from Victoria, for instance, recently saying that student outcomes by the Victorian government are only reported on a basis that provides no basis for comparison. They don't do the comparators with the state average, and poor performance can be aggregated in a way which doesn't help you understand where the challenges are and where we can lead further improvement for all Australian students.
Yeah, Senator, can I just add to that, in the case of independent schools, because they are independent entities, in addition to the responsibilities they have to the Commonwealth in relation to Commonwealth funding, in relation to the responsibilities they have as schools to their state regulatory bodies, they're also often, they're not-for-profit organisations, so they have a range of other accountabilities and reporting requirements as independent entities. They may be operating charities, for example, and they report to the ACNC. So there's a range of accountabilities there. The fundamental transparency in an independent school is that the flow of funding from the Commonwealth to that school is direct. So contrary to often popular belief, it's very easy. There's a parent, there's a governance body, it has its own governance responsibilities. It's actually fairly easy to understand this is the funding that came to that school, this is where that funding came from, and this is how it was applied in terms of the student outcomes and the education outcomes that school achieves. So I think when we think about how that might translate into the government sector more broadly, it's the ability of parents and other stakeholders to actually see that funding flow and see what the school's actually doing in terms of the allocation of those resources and the outcomes we achieve for those resources.
Good. Thank you. Chair, have I got time for one more question?
No, we don't. You'll have to put it on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
I just encourage other senators that may wish to put questions on notice, and but I'd also like to thank all of you for giving your evidence today. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Friday the 15th of November 2024, and have a very good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I just note for these witnesses that I will be submitting written questions on notice?
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Alwyn Payne. I now welcome by video conference a representative from the Centre for Future of Work. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Jim Stanford, economist and director of the Centre for Future Work.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement? If it is long, it would be a great deal of assistance to the committee if you could hand it up, and we'll circulate it so we can get into questions from the senators. Mr. Stanford. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go very quickly. Our submission to your inquiry was based on previous economic research that we had done to try to identify and quantify the economic benefits for Australia of fully funded public schools. And we identified, on the basis of international and national research, three distinct categories of those benefits. One is the direct economic footprint of expanded public schools, the employment in the school system, of course, and then the indirect stimulus to additional work upstream through the supply chain that feeds schools, and downstream through consumer industries that depend on employed teachers and other school workers. A second category, better funding for public schools means better scholastic achievement and completion rates for students, and there's clear correlations between that achievement and improved productivity, earnings potential, and wages for students when they graduate. Finally, there's important evidence about a whole range of other fiscal and social benefits from improved school completion. Everything from reduced reliance on income supports, better healthcare outcomes for students who graduate and complete school, lower justice and policing costs. So putting all those together and using parameters from international literature, we estimated the benefits to Australia's GDP from fully funding public schools and rebuilding completion rates, which have declined in recent years, as you know, would generate ultimately, after 20 years, GDP gains estimated at between $18 and $25 billion per year. And of course, government takes an automatic share of GDP gains through existing tax settings. And so that would generate more than enough new revenue, we estimated, to pay for the increment to make sure that all schools were fully funded according to the SRS. So our immediate submission to you then talked about the current discussion about the level of federal contributions to SRS funding, and noted that if we want to get those full benefits of fully funded public schools, we have to fully fund them. And the current proposals, where the Commonwealth would provide 22.5% of SRS funding, still leave a significant gap. and in essence, foregoing some of those important economic, social, and fiscal benefits. And our submission estimated, in essence, what was being left on the table by the failure to not go to the full 25% Commonwealth funding to ensure that the schools were funded up to the full SRS level. And there's some estimates in our submission about 8,400 direct and indirect jobs that would be foregone, $1.3 billion in annual GDP gains foregone, school completion rates which did not recover to the level that we would like to see, and fiscal losses to both levels of government, Commonwealth and state, from the reduced GDP. So in our judgment, it makes sense to go all the way here and ensure that all public schools are funded to 100% of the SRS, including through a federal contribution. The federal government has greater fiscal capacity, and of course there's an issue of equal standards across the different states in Australia. So the Commonwealth should go to the 25% SRS funding in all jurisdictions. I'll leave it at that, Chair, and look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Now go to Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Stanford, for your submission and appearing today. I was interested in your submission. You refer to NAPLAN results that indicate students need additional support to meet minimum expectations, especially those in rural and regional communities and those from Indigenous backgrounds. Under the Better and Fairer School Agreement, schools will be given extra funding for wellness and wellbeing staff and extra funding for pilot incentive packages, which we hope will attract staff into rural and regional areas. So do you think these additional supports will assist students across the country in meeting those minimum standards?
Oh, certainly. The legislation as it stands includes some significant improvements beyond the current status quo, including an increase in the overall level of funding to that 22.5% level, and then some of those specialized initiatives that you mentioned. And again, one of the rationales for a strong federal role in school funding, even though it is, strictly speaking, a state responsibility primarily, is to take advantage of the greater fiscal capacity of the Commonwealth and to try to ensure equal access to good quality education in all parts of Australia, not just across states, but in rural and remote regions, as you mentioned. So that's certainly a step forward, to be sure.
Thanks. This bill removes the current funding ceiling and turns that into a minimum funding floor and knocks in Commonwealth funding for public schools so it can't go backwards. And therefore, any future government would need to amend the legislation in order to reduce the proportion of funding to schools. Do you support this ratcheting mechanism, and do you think that it will provide long-term certainty for the school sector?
I think it does improve the certainty of the funding. It was, in a way, I think, quite disappointing to have the 20% level of funding, which was inadequate anyways, redefined as a cap, which makes it even more entrenched, the problem of underfunding. So creating a floor instead of a ceiling is certainly a step in the right direction, but again, I'd like to see that floor at the 25% level. The difference for the Commonwealth between 22.5 and 25% in that overall level of funding is not large in the scheme of the Commonwealth's fiscal affairs. So again, I think fulfilling that promise of 100% SRS funding and establishing a floor, if you're going to establish a floor, let's establish it at 25%, which is, I think, a very reasonable level to reflect the Commonwealth's capacity to make sure that schools meet these quality standards.
Thank you. Chair, have I got time for one more?
I might just go now to Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thanks, Dr. Stanford, for your submission. I'm particularly interested in how schools are funded in Canada, and I understand that there is a pooled system between Commonwealth and I'm not sure, and provinces, I think they are, rather than states. Are you able to speak to the benefits for productivity of a pooled system where there's, not that differentiation between who's funding different percentages at each level?
Oh, that's an interesting question, Senator. Thank you for allowing me to inject some Canadian content into the discussion. We cannot claim in Canada to have the perfect recipe for fiscal federalism. So I caution anybody to look for a particular cookie cutter that could be used in the Australian setting. Again, in Canada, as in Australia, public education is the primary responsibility of the provincial governments, but we do have a system of shared fiscal transfers, negotiated and renegotiated several times over the years to ensure that there's significant resources transferred from the federal to the provincial level for the same reasons that we were just talking about in Australia. The government has more fiscal capacity at the federal level. You avoid the problem of downward tax competition between jurisdictions. One advantage in Australia's case is, of course, the GST and the income tax levels are set countrywide, whereas in Canada, the provinces can set their own rates, which creates an opening for downward tax competition between jurisdictions. And an increase in federal funding for schools helps to reduce that pressure. I would say another huge advantage in Canada is the fact that we have, I think, been successful in maintaining the critical mass and legitimacy of the public school system. Private schools and non-government schools are much smaller. About 5% of the total student population goes to private or non-governmental schools. And that way, we have preserved a situation where the vast majority of Canadians see public schools as an asset that supports them and their children. And there's more, I think, critical mass, I guess, in terms of public consciousness of the importance of preserving high-quality public schools. So there's no fixed percentages in terms of how the costs are divided between the federal and provincial levels. They are negotiated and renegotiated over time, but there's certainly a strong recognition that the federal government has to play a major role in keeping public schools as successful and popular as they are here.
Can I just ask what the gap is in dollar terms between the federal government contributing 22.5% and 25%, and how that compares to other government spending?
In our estimates that are in the submission, it would require another $1.3 billion a year from the Commonwealth level to reach the full 25%. So obviously in the federal government's grand fiscal picture, that is frankly trivial. And again, I don't see any fiscal rationale for not doing this.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I think we have time for another question. Senator Allman-Payne, if you want to do a follow-up.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Good, thanks. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. In your submission, there are a number of concerns, I guess, highlighted about the current state of the Australian school system, the declining proportion of students in public schools when compared to the non-government school sector, declining attendance levels, declining student retention and completion rates. I'm just wondering how things like attendance, retention, completion will be supported through the changes in this bill. And in particular, have you done any, or are you doing any modelling or predictions on how this might be improved with new funding arrangements?
We have not specifically modelled the connection between improved funding and improved scholastic achievement. What we've done instead is referenced international literature that has, I think, confirmed. Obviously, just throwing money at a problem in and of itself doesn't solve it, but it's impossible to solve the problem without resources. And I think the international evidence is quite clear that there's a strong correlation between scholastic achievement of students and the resources that are dedicated to schools, particularly public schools in jurisdictions like Australia, where public schools have a disproportionate share of students with special needs or from disadvantaged backgrounds. I would say that the really flashing red light that caused me alarm in preparing this research was the decline in school completion that we've seen over the last few years. obviously made worse by the unique situations of the pandemic, but that decline in completion rates was established before the pandemic and has not recovered since the end of the pandemic, at least in the latest data. And, in a world in which knowledge and technology and skills is more important every single passing year, and in which the correlation between economic success and school achievement is undoubted and confirmed repeatedly by OECD data and elsewhere. I just think this is an incredibly worrying sign for Australia's future prosperity. Again, it takes more than just resources. You have to have plans, you have to have skills, you have to have motivated and supported teachers, you have to have accountability and evaluation. But this problem will not be solved without those resources, certainly.
Yeah, from memory, your data went up to, it was a little old. It was, I think, went up to about, for the OECD, 2018. Do you have any more recent data than that, or are we just working on data sets that are a little old?
The OECD data from that PISA program that they run to gather information on school achievement and school funding and school structures. The most recent one when we did this was 2018, and I don't think there's anything more recent. It does take the OECD time to gather and standardize and analyze that information. The OECD data on scholastic scores on those standardized tests, the mathematical and language tests and so on, is a bit more recent. In that data, again, Australia's performance in relative terms to other countries has been falling, not increasing. So I think that...
Do you think there's... Oh, sorry. Do you think there's any reason why the trend in public schools enrolments hasn't continued since 2018?
Well, the Australian data, the Australia-specific data we had was more recent, going up till 2022 on the national data.
Okay.
It was the international comparisons that were not as recent. So given what we know has happened in Australia between 2018 and 2022, almost certainly Australia's performance internationally will have deteriorated further when the next rounds of OECD data are published.
All right. I'm happy to leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Stanford. Your submission goes into quite a lot of detail about the advantage of filling the current 5% gap. And the $16 billion offer will be the biggest investment in public education ever delivered by an Australian government. So if we're agnostic about where the dollars come from, could you explain for the committee the social and economic impact of filling the 5% gap in the school resource standard?
Certainly, and the math on that is relatively simple. We had estimates in our submission about what was left on the table by only going halfway, and the benefits of going all the way. The benefits, again, for the purposes of this question, agnostic on where the money came from, are twice as large as what would be achieved by going half the way, and that was by assumption. We simply said there's probably a proportional relationship between the economic gains of better funded public schools and the extent to which public school funding is lifted. So we suggested that the full 25% commitment, again, wherever the money came from, I guess, would result in 17,000 direct and indirect jobs, $2.7 billion ultimately in annual GDP gains, and the full completion, the full increase in completion rates of between 1.5 and 2.5 percentage points, just from that extra 5% resourcing. Now, even that 5% doesn't necessarily fill the full gap in funding because of the issue of how these capital depreciation charges are treated from the states. So even if the Commonwealth government went to the 25% level, as we recommend, I think there's another issue still in terms of negotiating with the states over how those non-cash allowances for capital depreciation and so on are treated. But just that 5% increment, whoever paid for it, would have significant economic and fiscal gains.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks. Thanks very much, Senator O'Sullivan.
Chair, my questions have been asked already and covered, so thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stanford.
Good, thanks. And I want to also thank you, Dr. Stanford. It's always good to see you. And thank you for your evidence today. If you have any questions, if you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Friday, the 15th of November 2024. And Russ, have a good morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senators, for your attention. Thank you.
We just suspend for a moment whilst we just bring the other witnesses up to the table. Record, thanks. I now welcome in person representatives from the Smith family, the Isolated Children's Parents Association of Australia and Save Our Schools. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? And I might just start from my left.
My name's Timothy Fletcher. I'm a committee member for the Isolated Children's Parents Association of Australia.
Thank you.
Doug Taylor, the CEO of the Smith family.
Anne Hampshire, Head of Research and Advocacy at the Smith family.
Trevor Cobbold, National Convener, Save Our Schools.
Thank you.
Grant Battersby, Member of Save Our Schools.
Good, thanks very much. I might just ask senators if you wouldn't mind to assist all the witnesses, if you could just mention your name when you are asking questions, if there's anyone jumping in, which I discourage. But if you could take your turns in order, that would be great. And would you like to make a short opening statement? I'm very mindful that your statement will be given weight. It will be put on Hansard. And the important part of the Senate inquiry is to actually make sure we can ask questions to draw out your views of what should be happening, but it'll be always in context of what you've written, your written submission, and any opening statement if it's of any length. I do like opening statements to be less than 2 minutes if possible, to make sure there's plenty of time for questions. I might go in the same order, so starting with you, Mr Fletcher, if you'd like to make an opening statement or hand up a statement.
Thank you. ICPA Australia is a voluntary apolitical body dedicated to ensuring geographically isolated children have access to services required for an equitable, affordable, high-quality education from early childhood through to tertiary and training. The member families of our association reside and work in rural and remote Australia and all share a common goal of achieving access to an equitable education for their children despite their location. They often live great distances from services required to support the education of their children and therefore need specifically designed rural and remote programs that allow their children to learn, develop and thrive. These families face barriers every day in achieving equitable access to education for their children. ICPA Australia value this opportunity to outline the need for the funding for a better and fairer education system that results in a well-educated rural and remote Australian child. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The Smith family exists to address educational inequality caused by poverty. We work with in the order of 100,000 children and young people across Australia who experience disadvantage and with their families, and it's that work on the ground that informs our submission that we've presented to this committee. We're supportive of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, particularly the focus on equity and wellbeing for students, and have been long-standing supporters of needs-based funding. So, as an organisation, we want to focus on the opportunity for progress in the funding that's been provided and supporting the movement forward of this bill because of the opportunities that we see for the students that we're supporting across Australia.
Good, thank you. Mr Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to address the committee. Save Our Schools considers that the amendment bill will not meet its stated goal of providing a pathway to full and fair funding for all schools because it fails to remove major obstacles in the pathways to full and fair funding for public schools. First, the floor of 20% of the schooling resource standard for public schools is not commensurate with the nationally agreed education goals and the crucial role of education in supporting national, social and economic objectives. The floor should be higher. Second, the bill fails to remove blockages to full funding contained in the current funding arrangements by which states claim non-SRS funding as part of their share of funding public schools. These claims we see as accounting tricks, and including these non-SRS items such as depreciation, school transport, funding for regulatory agencies as part of their shares of funding public schools has defrauded those schools of $13.1 billion over 2019-2024 and will continue to do so unless it's stopped. So we, as it says in our submission, we propose two main amendments: replace the 20% floor for public schools with the 25% floor and require that only funding items included in the measure of the SRS can be claimed as part of the state and territory share of the SRS of public schools. We also have a concern that the planned increases in the Commonwealth share could be delayed by changes to the regulation that cannot be disallowed by Parliament. And we're also recommending rejection of the proposal in some submissions to replace the 80% cap on Commonwealth funding of private schools with a floor of 80%, because this proposal doesn't acknowledge the contrasting funding context of public and private schools. Public schools are massively underfunded in all states and territories except the ACT, and they'll never be fully funded while the accounting tricks remain in funding agreements. Replacing the cap with a 25% floor would permit the Commonwealth to help bridge this funding gap. By contrast, private schools are overfunded in all states and territories except the Northern Territory, and they will remain so until at least 2029. Replacing their 80% cap with an 80% floor would allow future government to lock in the present overfunding and even increase the Commonwealth share, thus widening the huge resource gap between private and public schools. Finally, we think our recommendations provide a balanced solution to the standoff between the government and some states over the future funding of public schools. The Commonwealth increases its funding share to 25% and the states commit to a full 75% without the accounting tricks. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks everyone for appearing before the committee today. I might go first of all to the Isolated Children's Parents Association. I'm just wondering if you could speak to why it's so important for the increase in funding to happen. And I note that you've said that you think that should increase to 25%. I'm interested to know how that would impact isolated children. And I'm also interested in your comments around the inclusion of additional loadings for students who are isolated.
Thank you. I noticed that some of the states have taken up the 22.5% offer, but there's certainly New South Wales and Queensland, where we have most of our members, haven't agreed to that at the state level. because I think there's a lot of issues in smaller schools where you don't get the economies of scale. So that's why the flow of funding is important. The other one is, of course, that more funding, as the last gentleman on the you had on, more funding doesn't actually always increase the capacity to deliver, which we struggle with all the time. Getting teachers, retaining teachers in small schools in out-of-the-way places. It really is a big challenge for small rural and remote schools. The turnover of staff is really high. And as much as you like to provide incentives for things like accommodation, assistance with travel and relocation, we really do struggle to keep teachers in the bush. So more money would help. But in saying that, I notice that, school resourcing in major cities is a problem. But it's been a problem for us for a very long time.
Question for Mr Cobbold and Mr Battersby. Just in relation to your recommendations, I'm wondering if you could just elaborate a little bit more on why that 4% clearly should not be part or isn't part of the SRS, even though it's claimed to be full funding. And I'm also interested in you elaborating a little bit more on your concerns with the ratchet mechanism.
All the documentation in terms of the history of the development of the schooling resource standard indicates that it was never intended that non-school items and some umbrella costs should not be included in the SRS because the SRS is directed at supporting student learning in the classroom. And specifically, capital depreciation, school transport, and the costs of regulatory agencies such as curriculum bodies, standards bodies, teacher registration bodies are specifically excluded. And when you look through the documentations of the history of the SRS, the development of the SRS, because it's based on what's called net recurrent income per student, which is collected by ACARA for the My School website. And in the documentation for that, those items are specifically excluded. And I guess the other point to make about the 4%, it's not actually just 4%. The states can claim up to 4% of their SRS share for capital depreciation, school transport, and in the case of Western Australia, preschool expenditure. But in addition to that 4%, most states can claim expenditure on those regulatory bodies. So it's actually a bit more than 4%.
And does that apply to both government and non-government schools?
No, it just applies to government schools. Even though private schools benefit in some part from those umbrella costs of education departments such as teacher registration, NAPLAN testing, curriculum standards, the states are not permitted to claim those expenditures against their share of funding private schools.
And just on the ratchet, you mentioned some concerns around that mechanism. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Well, our concerns are that if the changes to these shares are made by regulation and they are not subject to disallowance, there is a potential for planned increases, such as those planned for in the new agreements, such as those planned for Tasmania and the Northern Territory. There is in a sense, a loophole in it, in the sense that a government could delay those increases. There is a protection in the sense that the share for any 1 year cannot be less than the previous year, but there's nothing to stop a government, for whatever reason, fiscal capacity or whatever, to delay by regulation, by simple ministerial change to the regulation that is not subject to disallowance by the Parliament, that could create some further uncertainty for the funding of public schools.
Thank you. And I guess just a final question. What does, if this bill goes through, what does it mean for the next generation of public school kids in this country? Well, it means... And their education system.
It means that even if the states agree to go to 75%, there's still a gap in funding between the 75% and what the Commonwealth's offering all states except the Northern Territory. And the artificial boosting of the state shares through what's generally termed the counting tricks will continue, because they're in the new agreements with Tasmania, Northern Territory and Western Australia. They will continue to at least 2029. So that means, what is that, 18 years after the Gonski report, public schools will still not be fully funded according to need. And that's a devastating outcome.
Thank you.
Final question, Senator Allman-Payne.
Maybe just a question for the Smith family. I know that you work with a lot of young people. I'm just wondering if you could have any observations in relation to where the majority of kids with the most needs are in terms of our education system.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So, yes, the Smith family works in 800 disadvantaged schools across Australia, and we note that in the schools that we're working with, there is a high concentration of students who are experiencing disadvantage, and equally there's greater levels of complexity for those students and those families. So if I just take a snapshot quickly to illustrate those life challenges, just of the Smith families that we support. All those families are on low incomes. 25% of those students are Indigenous. 75% of the parents experience unemployment. 1 in 3 of those families have a student or a parent with a health, disability or mental health related issue, and 30% of those families don't have a digitally connected laptop at home. So we support an increase of funding. We support needs-based funding because of the concentration and complexity of so many of these students and families and their experiences. Equally, we support evidence-based measures for which those funds can be deployed and invested. And we're heartened by elements of the bill, the focus on equity and excellence and well-being, and the measures identified, which we believe will create improvements and benefits for the students that the Smith family supports.
And which sectors are those kids in? Are they evenly spread across our education sectors, or are they concentrated in some over others?
Senator, all of our partner schools are government schools, and that's where not only our data but everybody else's data indicates the highest proportion of disadvantaged children are.
Good, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the ICPA, I have a lot of sympathy with your organisation. I come from a regional background myself, grew up on a family farm, and so I understand the challenges that your member parents face. Can you talk us through how the funding changes will, in this bill, directly support your families?
Thank you. One of the things we do struggle with in the bush is experienced teachers. A lot of new teachers go there to get a start, and we have a lot of turnover because you can't get experienced teachers to stay. So people will go there for 3 or 5 years, work in rural and remote schools, but then leave. So you lose that experience and then you end up starting again. I think an increase in funding will help access those teachers, trying to get professional teachers in, because they're on a higher pay rate for starters. They need, they have an ability to draw other people in, I think. You know, having experienced teachers, you don't want, you know, in small schools, you really need experienced teachers to help out with the younger teachers as they come through. I don't know, it's a little bit off your question, but the other part here is that the increased funding with a decreased capacity to deliver. You know, there's some really good schools out there that aren't being fully utilised. We have all sorts of problems with accessing other services that would support education, such as allied health, speech pathology, optometrists, dentists, all those things that in early childhood and primary school are just so critical. And you got to move to a major metropolitan area to get a lot of those things addressed now, or a big regional centre like, say, Dubbo or Toowoomba, say.
Am I correct in saying your organisation is still advocating for a distinct category of isolated students?
Certainly there is a loading available in the current system for small schools, schools that have a proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, kids with a disability, low socio-economic. But we would like, certainly, that small schools to be recognised, and also for children that do distance education or have to access sort of remote, like School of the Air, you know, getting access to those sort of opportunities where they come together a little bit more often, you know, either off stations or out of small schools, so they can participate in a bigger environment. You know, like say attending something like a special event in Dubbo or Broken Hill or Mount Isa, and that would, you know, give the school resources to move the kids to those events.
Just to be clear, those issues are not dealt with in this bill.
No.
No. Okay.
Sorry,
thank you, Chair.
Not to the full, you know, extent that the 22% might have addressed, or 25 would be better.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good, thanks very much, Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with a couple of questions to the Smith family, and you have responded in part to questions already around disadvantage, but I just want to go to that point again. The national agreement that's linked to the bill has really firm ambitions to address disadvantage, and we know that schools require funding and reform to really address disadvantage. So where the agreements are already made, how do you think the Better and Fairer Schools agreement will help to address disadvantage?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So we note the agreement and the bilaterals that are being developed, and in this bill we think the opportunity for having a significant contribution for students who experience disadvantage particularly relates to the focus on equity and excellence, the tiered and targeted intensive supports. An example of that is the small group tutoring that was obviously piloted through COVID and is now, I think, will be soon rolled out in a number of states. That's been a part of our own practice at the Smith family. We've seen significant uplift in educational outcomes through those sorts of evidence-based and targeted measures. Other things I think relate to wellbeing and engagement. Core to our work at the Smith family is supporting parents and carers. So a strong indicator of student success is the degree to which a parent and carers engage in a child's education. That's core to our practice, and I think this bill and the funding will enable schools to invest in their engagement with parents and carers and other community partners to provide those whole of supports wraparound programs in the whole school model as another example of the sort of things that will help students who experience disadvantage.
Senator, the other thing that the bill and the agreement does is identify, in our view, the right measures for us as a nation to track, so school attendance, school achievement, Year 12 completion, They're incredibly important. Our research and international research shows that if we get those right, and currently we aren't getting them right enough, then improvements are lifetime outcomes for young people. And there is built into the agreement a look not only at increasing all of those measures for all students, but very importantly, with an equity lens as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to, through the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, parties have agreed to undertake collective work to understand the socio-economic diversity, its impact and approaches to address these impacts. So why does the Smith family, why is it important to understand the impact of socio-economic diversity?
Thank you, Senator. This is an incredibly important part and a new addition to this agreement that we haven't previously seen. What we are seeing in Australia is an increased concentration of disadvantaged students in particular schools. So the schools that we're working with are seeing higher and higher proportions of children from low socioeconomic backgrounds. The Australian and international evidence confirms that who you go to school with matters. So if a low SES student is in a mid-SES school, generally speaking, the data indicates they do better in all of those educational measures that we just spoke about than if they are in a school with a concentration of low SES students. So if we are as a nation to improve our educational outcomes overall, and in particular for the equity groups we're talking about, we need to get a better sense of that social stratification, and we need some initiatives which will reduce the social stratification that we currently see. A good contrast from Australia, for example, is Canada, where there is nowhere near that concentration of disadvantage. So it's a pleasing development for the Smith family that this is an area that the Council of Educational Ministers has agreed to look at, and then hopefully some actions will flow.
Thank you. So when we talked about, in your response there, equity, so I just want to talk about the Western Australian bilateral agreement. So how does the resourcing according to need in this way help to increase equity in the schooling system?
So what's in the agreement, Senator, in particular are some of the things that Doug has flagged. So they've committed to additional small group tuition, which we know from the evidence that that's very important. They have also committed, importantly, to trialling full service schools under the agreement. Those full service school models are very important, a little bit as we heard from Timothy, the importance of allied health services, community services, those wraparound supports. So in the WA agreement, we've got very clear indications from that jurisdiction that some of the funds will flow to evidence-based initiatives like small group tuition and full service school models.
I might just now rotate Senator Brown. Senator O'Sullivan, if we might just jump to you, if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you all very much indeed for appearing before the committee today. Can I start with Save Our Schools? In your submission on page 8, you talk about the fact that WA are able to use school funding for preschool years. Please help us understand, how does this differ from other states? Isn't there separate funding amount provided to states and territories to fund preschools?
In the current agreements, there may be one for Northern Territory, might have been early childhood, I can't remember. But in most of the agreements, preschool expenditure is not included as part of the net recurrent income per student, which is the basis for defining the schooling resource standard. But there's provision made. Well, it's an interesting issue. In the technical letters and reports to ACARA which are done regularly to check that the system is working okay, There is provision in the case of Western Australia to claim preschool funding as part of school funding because apparently, according to ACARA, the Western Australian government cannot distinguish between preschool expenditure and school expenditure. And so normally preschool funding in Western Australia is included as part of their SRS, Schooling Resource Standard. Yet in the new agreement, they are, in addition to the 4% claim on school transport and depreciation, they can also claim funding for preschools. It's an additional item. And so that's a puzzle. If in the arrangements for defining the Schooling Resource Standard, the Western Australian government can't distinguish between school expenditure and preschool, yet in the new agreements they can. So it's a bit of a puzzle as to why that contradiction exists. And in a sense, Western Australia are double dipping on that expenditure. And it's in the context of the schooling budget, it's not a lot of money, but it's just another example where we feel that the current funding system is biased against public schools.
So I'm not sure that I'm following. How does the double dipping occur?
Well, they can claim, because they say they can't distinguish between preschool and school expenditure, they can, that preschool expenditure is included in how the SRS is measured for Western Australia. Yet when it comes to the new agreement, they're allowed to claim it again as an extra claim on the SRS. To me, that's double dipping.
Okay. Thank you. Can I go to the Smith family? You've noted your support for the new agreements, in particular the focus on well-being, and I think we can all agree that that is an important part and an important area of focus for young people. However, the agreements signed with WA, Tasmania and Northern Territory are very light on detail and don't outline any of the measures that will be in place to tangibly support well-being. What discussions have you had at a state level about the kinds of well-being supports that will be implemented?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I might start with the measure issue first. So one of the things that the agreement does identify is that there needs to be a measure of well-being so that we can actually track progress in this important area over time. Currently, there isn't a nationally agreed measure for well-being. So some of the states have one. South Australia, for example, does. One of the first important pieces of work that I think the Education Council needs to focus on is how will we measure well-being, because otherwise we won't, to your point, know what progress there is made over time in this important area. What is spelt out in, for example, the WA agreement is the move to full service school models as an example of what might support greater well-being. As Doug alluded, the students that the Smith family supports are all low income, and a third of them have health and disability issues. Significant proportions of them might need assessments from occupational therapists and treatment and the like. At the moment, schools are not very well placed to have that integrated support. So full service school models going to be trialled, for example, in WA, that provides a very good basis for exploring how can the school be the centre of the community and bring a whole range of services together in a coordinated, integrated way, particularly for young people and their families who are living in disadvantage. So it's a bit seamless so that those things which impact on learning, which are outside the control of teachers and schools despite their best efforts, are actually addressed in an integrated way.
Thank you. The question of, or the topic of measurement, I'll also extend, I guess, some concern around definition as well. The agreements don't seem to have, at least the WA ones, which I've looked at in more detail, doesn't seem to have much definition around certain things. So, for example, evidence-based teaching, it just says, we'll apply evidence-based teaching. Does it actually define what's meant by that? And it can mean different things to different people in different jurisdictions. Have you got a view on that? Like, should the agreements, or should there be some sort of greater level of definition and measurement on each of the items?
I think one of the big achievements of the previous or current agreement under the NSRA was the establishment of AERO, the Australian Educational Research Organisation, which is jointly owned by the Council of Education Ministers. And it's that body that is providing very strong leadership regarding what does evidence-based teaching look like. And they are influencing not only the jurisdictions at the highest level, but actually providing available resources that are useful for the school level and the teacher level. So rather than being, I would suggest, too prescriptive in an agreement where we need agreement from 9 states and territories and the Commonwealth, establishing AERO, continuing to resource and use AERO, as I understand the Council of Education Ministers are doing, and I think over time that is the vehicle where we can get increasingly good quality evidence being impacted and used in schools.
Senator, I think just one other comment. I think the other thing to note is, of course, the different levels of data availability across those different jurisdictions. So working across those different systems, I think certainly things that we applaud at the Smith family are the commitment to transparently tracking and reporting on progress in this agreement, and the commitment to report annually to Parliament. So that visibility on progress is incredibly important to determine whether we're on track and what we're learning in terms of the interventions that we're taking to particularly try and address some of these significant equity challenges.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Billick.
Sorry, thanks, Chair. The bill leads us towards increased accountability and transparency as a function of the Australian Education Act. And Mr Cobbold, I know you've long advocated for increased transparency and accountability in the school funding system. So my questions are to the Smith family. And can I just say, I love the work you do, Smith family. Thank you very much. It's really important work. But the question actually is, how do the transparency measures in the BFSA compare with those in the National Schools Reform Agreement? Not sure who wants to go first. Maybe Mr Taylor?
Oh, and her research.
Thanks, Senator. I think that what's new in this bill, which is very important, is actually the report to Parliament. So that we currently don't have a report to Parliament which gives important visibility not only to the Parliament but to the Australian community about how we're tracking educationally. And so this bill requires the Minister for Education, on behalf of the states and territories, to identify progress across this. So that's a very important accountability measure, and we hope the Parliament and the broader community that will enable a more informed debate. There are measures within the bill which go to improvements across those 3 important areas of school attendance, school achievement and Year 12 completion, that we actually lift those measures for all students. If the bill stopped there and the agreement stopped there, that would be very problematic. It doesn't, however. It also includes improvements on an equity basis for students from the 4 equity groups that we've spoken about. Some of those measures are at the moment spelt out in terms of upward trend, so it doesn't say we should go from A to B, for example, in things like NAPLAN. Over time, when there is more data available on the new approach to NAPLAN, we should get more specific within the agreement, but at this point in time, an upward trend in those areas is appropriate. So we think there is ongoing work to be done in the equity measures, but they are the right measures to pursue. There is also agreement within the full National School Reform Agreement for a review of the measurement framework, for an enhancement of that framework, and that's an important step as well.
Thank you. Mr Cobbold, did you want to add anything there?
No.
Okay. This bill allows for additional funding to be tied to a national agreement tied to school education reform, and the Productivity Commission found that the current National School Reform Agreement was lacking when it came to targets. The new agreement specifically calls out students in outer regional, remote and very remote Australia and the targets for Year 12 certification, learning equity and student attendance. So, in your opinion, what might this bill and its links to the agreement with specific target means for children and younger people who live outside of the metropolitan and inner regional areas? I know you've just touched on it, but maybe you could go to that for me.
Thank you, Senator. The problem once you get into later years schooling is attendance, and also, some subject selection. So, it's expensive, but a lot of kids leave the bush and go to metropolitan schools, either as boarding schools or they rent a second residence in a major centre. So usually mum would go there with the children so they could attend a larger school. So that comes at great expense to most families. Some of these families are. It's a 1,000-kilometre trip to a major centre. The extra funding, I think, would be most welcome. I don't know how the schools fund that, but if you're a school and you accept a child from a rural or remote area, I don't know if that additional cost goes directly to the school. But that would be certainly one way that they could attract kids from far and wide. And of course, being away at a boarding school, actually your attendance is pretty much guaranteed. You don't have to worry about bad roads or bad weather preventing you from getting to school because you're at school. So that has been a really good outcome for a lot of bush kids, and certainly there's scholarships available. I noticed the Australian government has just announced a new program for Aboriginal kids in the Northern Territory to get them to go to a central school where they can have all those things provided. And it certainly is. I'm sure the Smith family could comment on, a stable family. Helps with all of these education things. Getting kids to school, making sure they're doing stuff. It's just a stable environment would be so much of so much use to children.
Mr Taylor, do you want to make any extra comments there?
Thank you, Senator. To pick up on Timothy's observations there about the importance of family stability in supporting a child's education, particularly for families who experience disadvantage. As I've outlined, the families that we support, which are a snapshot of many families across Australia, are experiencing numerous challenges at once. So obviously the agreement's focus on wraparound supports and strengthening school practice in working with parents and carers is incredibly important because they're very important partners in a school and also in a child's education, and that's core to our work at the Smith family, and we certainly see the benefits of that. In fact, much of our work is partnering with schools and parents on the ground to strengthen that relationship, and we see much better educational outcomes when those supports are in place. So an investment in school practice and capability and professional development in working with parents and carers will be incredibly useful.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Allman-Payne, I'm not sure if you had a follow-up question you'd like to ask.
Maybe just one for the Isolated Children's Parents Association. When I had a delegation of folks from your association come to see us in Parliament earlier this year, one of the things that some of those parents talked about was the lack of public options for young people who need to leave home to go to a metropolitan area. And they talked about the closing down of some public boarding facilities, and that in fact a number of those parents would prefer to send their kids to public schools. Obviously it's cheaper, and therefore would like the option of public boarding facilities. I'm just wondering if that's something that your association would like to comment on in this forum. Thank you.
Actually, the establishment of this organisation was started with the shutting of a hostel in Burke, where children could go for the week, and so they could go to school and then go home for the weekend. Certainly, there are in New South Wales. I know there are public boarding schools, agricultural high schools. We have certainly lobbied hard for the establishment of more public boarding schools. There are even some that are only boys only, so why aren't there girls boarding schools, or why aren't they more co-ed or all co-ed? It certainly makes a big difference if I don't know if you're aware, but the cost of metropolitan boarding is really high. And unless if you can get a scholarship, or you can do delayed payments, or if you go from year 7 to year 12, it's a significant cost. And of course, we're not, not everybody owns great sheep stations. Like there's police, health professionals, doctors and lawyers that live in the bush, and they want a top education for their children. And often when they get to that stage of, well, the kids have got to go to school, well, we're leaving the district and we'll be going back to some metropolitan area or a large regional centre where we can access a better education. And that might just be size of the school and subject selection and more interactions and that sort of things. It really is quite difficult. If kids are doing school of the air or getting home tutored, usually by mum, and they can do that through distance education, but you do hit a point where things become beyond the capacity of the in-home tutor to extend their children. It really is quite difficult.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. I'd like to thank you all for your evidence today and appreciate the time and effort you've put in both your submissions and also answering questions today and joining us. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Friday the 15th of November 2024, and we'll now suspend until 11:15. Good, thanks very much. Let's recommence. We now welcome in person representatives from the Australian Government Primary Principals Association, the Australian Secondary Principals Association, and the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Principals Association. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you, and for the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appeared today?
Patrick Murphy. I'm the President of the Australian Government Primary Principals Association, known as AUSPar.
Thank you.
I'm Andy Myson. I'm the President of the Australian Secondary Principals Association, known as AUSPar.
Thank you.
And I am Dion Anderson, the President of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Principals Association.
Good, thanks very much. If you'd like to make a short opening statement, if it's just one warning, if it's long, then you're welcome to hand it up. It'll go into Hansard. The committee will consider it. It'll be in public purview. But otherwise, and I do try to keep opening statements to a couple of minutes so the senators can ask questions and we can keep on schedule. But over to you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Sheldon and Senator McNally and other senators online. It's a great honour and a privilege to come here today. I'm representing primary school leaders in 7,000 primary school leaders and in 5,300 government primary schools throughout Australia, their communities, their parents, their students. And when I talk about parents and students, I'm also talking about a group sometimes who have no voice, our public school parents and students who often don't have someone who's standing up for them. And the vast majority of those students sit in government schools. Every bit of data indicates we have the most disadvantaged students, we have the students who are in rural, remote, who also are disadvantaged. We also have disabled students, significant percentage of disabled students in Australia. When we looked at the bill, our organisation went, the Prime Minister opened the 47th Parliament and he talked about when people in this building and other buildings around the country similar to this retire, and when they're sitting on their porch and they reflect on what they have done, some of them can point to great achievements. Some of them, however, will point to point scoring and politics. This is an opportunity for people throughout Australia in parliaments and in this building to make a difference. And it's about making a difference to the lives of public school students. And in primary schools, we represent 70% of the primary school students in Australia. But it's not just those students we're representing, it's the communities we represent. A primary school, a government primary school, is in every community, every town, even places that don't have a town throughout Australia. In this moment, I'm here representing our children, our future, our schools, our communities, but also this bill is about this country's future economic prosperity. And that often isn't mentioned when we talk about this, but I want to get to that in a few minutes. I want to also talk about a time when states and territories worked together and they made a difference for the children's lives. We know that Gonski has been around, and which is this funding is based on the Better Fairer Schools is based on the Gonski funding model. It's been around since 2011, 2012 when the Gonski panel came in. Now, in 2014, it was delivered finally to Queensland schools. We had a federal government and a state government working together. And at that time, that money in Queensland came directly to schools. I had a school, Ashgrove State School. It was a high Ixias school in close to Brisbane, 5 kilometres from Brisbane. I was the principal of that school. I was running that school on a grant account of $40,000. I had 60 staff. Many organisations have a Christmas party with 60 staff with more than $40,000. That's how much I was able to spend on those students each year. The difference the first tranche of Gonski funding came, I was given $188,000 additional funding to that school. It made a massive difference to me, and it made a massive difference to what I was able to offer to students. At the beginning of that year, 2014, a student came to our school, started enrolment. His name was Bailey. True name. I won't go into his surname. Bailey did not have a letter, did not have a sound, obviously couldn't read. He came in year 3. His teacher, Kathy Mewburn, came and saw me and said, "Pat, I will get Bailey reading, but I need help." And for the first time, I actually had the resources through the first tranche of that Gonski funding to make a difference to students like Bailey. By the end of the year, Bailey was reading at what we call level 14. So he was starting to be a functional reader. By the end of the next year, Bailey was reading at 30. He got through his PM benchmarks. Here's the difference. This year, Bailey went to uni. That's the story. We can make a difference when we get the funding right, when the funding gets through the school gate, through the bureaucracies, through the schools, into where we can make a difference for kids. Now, that was a high ICSIA school. Unfortunately, most schools throughout our system aren't just having one Bailey in their school, one Bailey in each class. We have 5, we have 7, and they're in each class. We can make a difference. Our teachers will make a difference, but we need the resources to be able to do that. Now, many people in this building and buildings similar to that, and I noticed Senator Orman-Payne there, you are a registered teacher, so I do want to recognise that. But most people in this building aren't registered teachers, so you're not able to impact directly with our students and make a difference. But you can make a difference.
So, Mr. Murphy, I don't want to, just very mindful that we have to get to questions.
Yes.
And if you have any further matters, you really
Absolutely.
have to emphasise.
I would
but
just like
you can hand. But you're welcome to hand.
To my last point, the difference can be made in the 3%. When we move students like Bailey and across our system, we can lift this country's economy by 3%. It's in page 13 of this book. It's a research report which will add $55 billion to the economy each year. So it's not just an investment in one student, multiple students, it's an investment in our Australia's economy. Thank you.
Mr. Myson.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Andy Myson. I'm the President of the Australian Secondary Principals Association. We represent public secondary school principals across Australia and advocate for the 1.1 million young people in our care, and we welcome this opportunity. This bill represents a vital step towards addressing the entrenched inequities that plague Australian education. Critically, it establishes a funding floor for government schools and other measures that create a foundation for increased investment over time, which is desperately needed. We do remain concerned about the loopholes that allow jurisdictions to claim capital depreciation from their SRS share, and also that it will be 2029 before even the NT and WA will arrive at 100% of the SRS. Each day of delay impacts our children. We support, however, the passage of the bill, but do propose the following amendments. We ask that the funding floor in section 35A of the bill be amended so that the Commonwealth share cannot be set below 22.5% rather than the 20% it currently sets. We support, actually, the second reading amendments, very sensible second reading amendments to equity, transparency and reporting proposed by Dr Sophie Scott's MP, Kate Chaney MP and Helen Haynes MP. Public schools educate the majority of Australian students, including most First Nations kids, students with disabilities, those from remote and regional areas and those from disadvantaged backgrounds. These schools bear the brunt of social inequities and are increasingly being asked to do more with less. The fair go is a core Australian value, yet our current education system, marked by socio-economic segregation and inconsistent funding, fails to deliver this promise for far too many children. We know that the number of schools where more than 50% of students come from the bottom 50% of socio-economic backgrounds is increasing, and the great majority of these are in public schools. This concentration of disadvantage has a compounding effect and worsens outcomes for kids, families and our community. This bill would mean some schools can provide the extra support in the classroom that our young people need from the start of the very next school year. However, while we support this bill, we urge greater ambition. This legislation must be recognised as the beginning of a long-term bipartisan commitment to nation-building reform. We need a new education accord in Australia that transcends political and sectoral divides. We require a truly needs-based, nationally consistent funding model for all schools, coupled with a common, fair regulatory framework. We must work together to realise the aspirations of the Alice Springs Impantway Education Declaration, creating a world-class education system that truly empowers every student to reach their full potential, and the future of our nation really depends on it. Thank you, Senators.
Good, thank you. Ms Anderson. Mrs Anderson.
I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of this land, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respects to elders past and present, and acknowledge that these lands were never ceded. I'm going to give you a bit of a personal narrative in regards to the work of NATSIPA. I'm representing our First Nations education workforce, from principals to support workers across Australia, from early childhood through to secondary education. Accessing education is the right of every child, and despite all the goodwill, including centring this work around the 2019 Impantway Education Declaration, the rhetoric is not addressing the inequity that exists for our most vulnerable and at-risk children and youth. Our young ones are overrepresented in non-attendance, suspensions and expulsions, with more than 13,000 First Nation students not even enrolled in a school. So that right to education does not even exist for many. Those are the children that have become invisible, and they are the ones that many have given up on. These are the children who need more and deserve more. Last year, I was privileged to be invited by Federal Education Minister Jason Clare to be a member of the NSRA expert panel. During my time, I had an opportunity to visit 92 schools across Australia, and what I saw was as diverse as the locations we visited. Everyone from school leaders, students, teachers, community support staff were doing the best job that they could. But tell me, is that good enough? I want my grandchildren to have the best opportunities to reach their potential, and so does every other parent and grandparent, despite where you live and who you are. Good intentions, broken down toilets and taps, lack of learning space, too few experienced and qualified teachers, inadequate resources and books, staff sleeping on bare floorboards due to no suitable accommodation, rotting boards, bars on windows, doors and verandas looking like jails is not the ideal learning environment. And unsurprisingly, these scenarios were commonplace in our schools with a high proportion of First Nations children. It's disgraceful, and we should be ashamed as a nation. In these circumstances, your life is over before it's begun, if education is the key to a better future. As a society, we have a moral and ethical responsibility to do better. NATSIPA believes to create a better and fairer system, all public schools should be fully funded by lifting the Commonwealth contribution to a minimum of 25%, but also supports the 40% for Northern Territory schools due to its unique circumstances and urgency to provide access to adequate education for all Northern Territory students, not just those based on attendance. The level of funding is still inadequate, but a real commitment is required to enable schools to fulfil their professional responsibilities. The strengthening of transparency and accountability, including school expenditure, is really required. This information is already collected by departments and is already public in some systems, but not all. This data is available and will not add to the already heavy workload experienced in schools. The NSRA report highlights and suggests that data is collected and reported on annually by an independent body, not a new one, allowing for nationally consistent reporting, making methodology each system uses available for public visibility. Transparency for funding disability must be prioritised because it looks and is funded differently dependent on the system your child is in. Clarity and visibility is necessary to know funding is being used to support student needs and not being diverted for other purposes. Many First Nation students are highly represented within this cohort. Needs-based funding is absolutely required for skills dealing with multiple complexity. So if I use Tagai as an example, Tagai State College in Queensland and the Torres Strait Islands, servicing 15 campuses, it costs $500,000 just to bring all staff together for professional learning. It costs 3 times more to build infrastructure and obviously a lot more time to complete the job. Your postcode, and I hear the Minister say this often, your postcode should not define your educational experience, but unfortunately it currently does. What is really required to make a difference? The NSRA report that was delivered by the panel, page 176, talks about the importance of implementing mechanisms to support innovation and achieve reform. The second last point states First Nations people are at the heart of the design and delivery to build a stronger, more culturally responsive education system, one that is culturally safe, because currently it is not. We have funding. The last dot point was in regards to the needs of innovation, including funding to support trials and evaluations of new models of teaching and learning. So how is it that we can actually invest in what that innovation needs to be? We have funding targets. We have funding attached to targets, and this can be problematic. It's a very competitive world for research institutes consisting of researchers who have expertise, but they are not teachers, who cherry-pick students and schools who deliver outstanding results because the conditions are outstanding. In these cases, we know what worked in that setting, a top-tier school, but not what works, because this research is highly dependent on context. Yet reforms include duplication and rubber stamping, a one-size-fits-all. My eldest granddaughter lives in a very remote community with her mother and siblings. She's in Year 6 and a very capable learner. But what are her choices for secondary education? Be moved from her family support to attend an elite, well-funded boarding school and be assimilated into a fully funded secondary school because that's what is considered the best option. Otherwise, she stays with her family to have a generalist teacher, often limited specialisation, and enrol in distance education. The government talk about better and fairer, but there is nothing better or fairer about this. Would you want this for your child or grandchild? Where is the investment in all children? A better funding model is required, but reform must be tried and tested and contextualised before imposing unscrutinised theorising and practice. On a positive note, a standout example of success is Menindee Central School, Western New South Wales, led by a local Aboriginal principal, Fiona Kelly. Their first Year 12 student to have pre-entry into university is a wonderful celebration. Jada Hogg will train as a nurse, an aspiration she has been working towards. The school has established Children's University, a partnership with Newcastle University, and young remote children see themselves entering a pathway that was never imagined. Let's create the dream for everyone. Let's make everyone's reality better and fairer. We have to do it together. NATSIPA supports the bill.
I just want to thank you all for your opening statement, but I might just make a comment, not elevating or de-elevating anybody else, but I just want to thank Mr Murphy. I know you mentioned you brought that personal story about Bailey, and I think it's precisely the type of student that Minister Clare is thinking about when he talks about the agreement, and the type of student that can be supported by small group tutoring that the $16 billion offer to the states can help deliver. So I'll now go to questions from Senator O'Sullivan to kick off.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much indeed for being before the committee today and for your time. I'll go to the Australian Government Primary Principals Association. One of the areas that I'm very passionate about is support for children, particularly those with special needs. And I know here in my home state of Western Australia, the wait list for health services, particularly to see a child paediatrician, is up to 2 years. And in the agreement, there's the full service schools trial, which is very much welcomed, but possibly more needs to be done beyond just a trial, because we know that there is significant outcomes to be had by reducing those waiting times. So we've got to see intensive and interventional supports, particularly in those early school years. And you've talked about this on page 5 of your submission, that interagency coordination and joined up services would benefit. And I couldn't agree more that the fragmented approach is very difficult for families to navigate the system and presents challenges to schools as well. What more can be done to alleviate this, and could it be incorporated into those agreements?
Yes, it can, and there is a scope for this in the Better and Fairer Agreement, and it was also referred to in the expert panel report. The key bit there is that one of the things that doesn't happen is that primary schools do not have additional space, additional classrooms, and often so it's not just a matter of the concept, it's actually a matter of how do we build the facilities, but also if we're including health, if we're including other allied services in this, there has to be a contribution from those services. It can't just be left to education to pick up some of those services there. But we support full service schools. They are, as you said, being trialled in Northern Territory, WA and New South Wales, and we were looking with interest on that. But we need those other departments to make sure that their contribution is fully is invested in this. It's not just education doing the heavy lifting. Particularly in rural, remote areas, sorry, I should also say, you know, where people don't have access to that, and WA is a classic example of that, where we've, you know, we're not talking Perth, we're not talking Sydney, we're talking rural settings that sometimes don't even have a hospital. So this becomes your opportunity to bring those things together.
I mean, the 2-year wait is in Perth, let alone what it would be in rural and remote areas. Yes. So it's a good point. You've also noted the overcrowded primary curriculum and you're saying it's too overcrowded and impossible to teach. With thousands of pages involved, basically a choose your own adventure, making it difficult for teachers, particularly new teachers, it's difficult for them to manage and to navigate. Reforming the curriculum or streamlining it isn't part of the new agreement, but how do you think that this could be advanced? What will it take?
Thank you for your question, and it's very astute. It doesn't sit within the bill, but it is something that is dear to every primary school teachers and principals' heart, that if we started at 6 o'clock in the morning and finished at 6 at night, we would still not get through every part of that Australian curriculum. So I think what we would identify is that literacy and numeracy are fundamental. And I think that that's what our families want, that's what we know we want to deliver. And then we're looking at general capabilities. Unfortunately, when we built the Australian curriculum, one of the things that we did was we used a secondary school model and we brought that down. And secondary schools have actually gone away with that, gone away from that in the model that we're delivering. So when we're trying to teach individual subjects, it makes it just so difficult to get all of those things covered. So as you've identified, it's hard enough for an experienced teacher like me to go, which one do I leave in, which one do I leave out, because it can't be taught. So how do you do this as a young teacher? And they're just struggling beyond belief. So thank you for your question. There is no small answer, but we do need to reduce the curriculum. We've argued for many years that we need a specific primary general curriculum.
Chair, might allow you to rotate the call, and if we've got time, I'll come back to a final question.
Am I able to respond? I know that the question was directed at Pat. I just wanted to also acknowledge that with the curriculum, we have our cross-curriculum priorities. We certainly are extremely challenged to ensure that education is accessible for all students. If you are not part of the curriculum, There are extreme challenges for children from First Nations, from other cultural backgrounds. Cross-curriculum priorities certainly have not enabled greater access for First Nations children when it's still a bit of a hit and miss approach. So certainly, you know, Pat's mentioned around remote and very remote, when we have communities and children where English may be their third language, their fourth language, the curriculum does not meet the needs of those students. So if we need a better and fairer educational system, whether it's in the bill or not, we certainly need to make sure that there are provisions for First Nations children to have an understanding of a global perspective, but certainly recognise the strengths and the sophistication of our First Nations education, our First Nations people. And unfortunately, even with cross-curriculum priorities, we've got the New South Wales Department of Education, who has decided that First Nations education prior to colonisation should be omitted. So there are some bigger conversations and some positional power that certainly has great influence in what is being taught within our schools and what needs to be taught, not only for all students, but for specific cohorts who are obviously not getting what is necessary for them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Anderson. Senator Brown. You're on mute.
Sorry, yes,
Yep.
sorry, yes, I was on mute. My apologies, Chair. So my first question goes to the Primary Principals Association. I'd just also like to thank all three organisations for coming along today and giving evidence. I just want to go to the ratchet mechanism, and as you all know, that the bill includes a ratchet mechanism where the Commonwealth shares and the regulations can only increase over time. And so that means that schools in your organisation, Mr Murphy, that you represent in Tasmania, my home state, Western Australia and Northern Territory, will receive above 20% of the schooling resource standard for from the first day of 2025. So what would the additional funding mean to your colleagues in Tasmania, Western Australia and the Northern Territory? And what is the Primary Principals Association's position on the ratchet mechanism?
My understanding is it's 2026. The additional funding comes from the Commonwealth, but I could stand corrected. So in terms of additional funding, what that would look like, firstly, can I say, the bit I didn't include was one of the things that we fully agree with, that the secondary principals spoke about, as did Nat Sipper, is that it is transparent and we want to see this money glow in the dark. And I'll give an example, is that indexation since 2015 on Commonwealth grants to state institutions of 26.4% does not flow to most schools and most jurisdictions in our system. So we need the money to actually not just move to systems, but to actually find its way inside the school gate. When it finds its way into the school gate, we can make a difference to kids. And in terms of the things that we would do, it would be additional teachers, specialised teaching, allied health support, such as speech therapy, such as teacher aides that can work in small groups, one-on-one, ensuring that those students in primary school would have those real basics of literacy and numeracy so that they can access all elements of the curriculum going forward. That's the critical part that we would be seeing, and that's a very simplified answer, but they're the things that we would be delivering on when that money gets through the school gate. Money outside the school gate cannot actually improve student learning outcomes.
So just to let you know, Mr Murphy, that in WA and Tas, 21.25% will flow from 2025 and then 2022, 20.5% in 2026.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to also, just with the follow-up question, have you asked the state governments to feel or not to claim the 4%?
We would be thinking that it's not ideal, the 4%. We believe it is an accounting trick. However, our first mission is to get every state and territory as an organisation to the magical 100%. After that point, we would be then asking that we look at that 4% that is used in various states and territories for depreciation. In some cases, even potentially transporting kids to and from schools, and maybe some of those students, it seems, may not even be in government schools. So we would be asking down the track that is there, but our first mission is to get every student to 100%, and we would ideally want that to start in 2026. Be better in 2025, but realistically, let's start for 2026. If we could have that, that would make a massive difference in this across Australia.
So just to clarify, have you had those discussions with state governments? Have you put that position to them?
We certainly have, yes. So I have personally to Queensland, to the former government in Queensland. I have met with the advisors in Queensland. I haven't yet met with the new minister at this point, but I know my colleagues on the executive have met with their state representatives. Just to be clear too, I'm not funded by the Commonwealth. I'm actually funded by the Queensland government as the QAS president, not as the national president. So I don't get to travel necessarily.
So, Senator Brown, Mr. Misson indicated. Sorry, Senator Brown. Mr. Misson indicated. I know you've nodded. I just thought you might want to put it on the record.
Yes, thank you. Look, AUSPar doesn't think that we're reaching 100% of the SRS when state and territory jurisdictions are enabled to withhold 4%. For things like, I mean, you could make the argument for transport. Transport is a cost, a direct cost going to support kids. You could argue that. In WA, I think some of that money, the 4%, is going to support kindergarten. You could argue that. But I don't think that it passes the pub test to include capital depreciation. So, in effect, we're not at 100% of SRS. So, AUSPar has put that position, Senator Brown, to state and territory governments around the country, and they generally, the response we get back is, well, the costs are growing, and those are legitimate costs. That's the cost of doing business.
Senator Brown, I'll take this out of my time. I'm sorry, because I just didn't want to miss out Mrs. Anderson, in case you wanted to add anything to that particular comment.
I would just support the fact that it's not ideal, but obviously the 4% is absolutely necessary to be recovered and to continue those conversations. There's such a change of ministers, and those conversations that have been had previously will need to be new conversations, knowing the turnover of current leadership within our states and territories, but are absolutely essential to ensure our most vulnerable, our most needy communities, that 4% equates to millions of dollars being distributed across the most needy. Absolutely necessary.
Can I add to Senator Sheldon that, Senator Brown, just also, you've mentioned about that 4%. We do have also a concern, and I think in the bilateral agreement in Tasmania it's 0.50, around the 0.6%, 0.6% that states don't have to pay if they haven't got the financial obligations in those bilaterals. They also sit in the Northern Territory in WA. So it actually means that there's 4.6% you can depreciate, you can actually drop off the 100% of SRS. So there are other little parts in there that we have concerns about, but let's firstly get that. But I do want to also recognise We believe as AUSPar that the Tasmanian agreement is the best of the 3 signed so far. Obviously, Northern Territory down the track when it does come online in 2029 and recognises the disadvantage in the Northern Territory with the 40% Commonwealth funding is great, but it's a long time. There's a long wait to get that.
Can I, just before I hand over, Chair, can I just ask all three witnesses if they have any further information to add on notice around if they've actually had these conversations with state governments and what was the actual response, if I could put that on notice.
I can repeat what I've said, which is that we have routinely raised, and myself personally, have routinely raised that question with the almost all of the state and territory ministers over the last year and senior bureaucrats. And the answer is rarely definitive and difficult, I think, to quantify that further.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. Just a little point of clarification before I go to my question. My question is to Mr Misson, but in regard to... Sorry?
Myson.
Sorry. Rhymes with bison.
Sorry, Myson. Sorry.
My fault.
In Tasmanian, we have different accents. I understand that direct school transport is included in the 4% claim by Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, Tas and the Northern Territory.
Yeah.
So just so you're aware of that.
Thank you.
But my question is, I'm really interested in AUSPar's position on tying funding to reform to, and I quote, initiatives that will strengthen teacher and school leader wellbeing and reduce teacher and school leader workload. And I know you've been on the record advocating for measures that improve the mental health and wellbeing of school leaders, and this bill links funding to the implementation of a national agreement, in this case the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. So are you able to tell me what does your organisation make of the bill linking funding above the current 20% to measures like these?
Well, it's a good start, would be my response to that. We've had 20 years or more of funding wars. You know, we highly contested education debate in Australia. Highly complicated education funding landscape with 8 states and territories in 3 different sectors. And, you know, we've had this uneven arms race around funding where the Catholic and independent sectors do better and the public sector is doing worse. That hasn't always been the case. And we've also had an increasing focus on accountability, schools accountability, NAPLAN, My Schools. There's the annual bashing of schools around NAPLAN results, the narrative around our declining PISA results. I think all of these things have contributed to the teacher shortage. They've contributed to the unprecedented levels of school leader burnout, the unprecedented levels of occupational violence, low wellbeing amongst our staff and schools. Look, I actually think that we really need to achieve a new national accord and put our kids and our school communities at the centre and properly fund our schools. And it's, as I think Pat has referred and the other senator earlier, it's not just the responsibility of education systems, it's community services, it's health, it's our media, it's our whole society. We actually need to go, what is the most important thing we're doing here? And that is to grow happy, healthy humans for the benefit of our country, right? And I think this bill is a very good start, but we really want to see more ambition from our community, from our politicians for a longer term vision for education. And I think that's really, we've got to get those fundamentals right if we really want to address the achievement issues, the equity issues, the wellbeing issues and the workforce sustainability issues and ultimately the productivity issues.
Thank you. And I know we're a bit short on time, but I do have one question to Ms Anderson. So I'm sure you're aware that the bill links funding to, and I quote, agreement that relates to school education reform. So in this case, the agreement includes targets that go directly to supporting the members of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Principals Association. I might quote just quickly from some of the national reform directions. The agreement ties additional funding to, and I quote, initiatives to strengthen teacher and school leader wellbeing, for example, strengthening Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural safety. So can you tell me what this might mean for your members and First Nation educators more broadly?
I don't think I have enough time to be able to answer this question adequately, but certainly it's a significant issue and challenge. We have plenty of data that paints a very clear picture of what is happening for our First Nations educators, from principals and leaders to our support staff, who are absolutely key in regards to ensuring that our children have those positive role models. You can't be what you can't see. So certainly diversifying the teaching workforce is absolutely essential and necessary. But, when we talk about wellbeing, the data is telling us that, we are exiting as First Nations educators in droves. And there are systems that are not working, that need to be redesigned, that need to have First Nations voices as part of that initiative to ensure that if we get it right, our teacher crisis, the fact that there would be a huge improvement in regards to numbers of First Nations educators assisting in providing solutions and greater success within our schools. Some of those schools that I visited last year, some of the most outstanding educators I saw were First Nations educators. So how is it that we can recognise black excellence? What does that need to look like so that we can entice more excellent First Nations people into the profession? It's a great challenge when the systems that are currently there are not supporting or enabling truth-telling or enabling us to come up with alternative solutions. So that's why I had mentioned the importance of transparency, and accountability needs to come with that, and certainly knowing we're not a homogenous group. The diversity of First Nations peoples and communities requires a multi-pronged approach, and certainly that doesn't happen overnight. But I really appreciate the fact that you've recognised that there's some greater work that needs to occur there, and bringing First Nations voices to the table is absolutely the most important first step to be able to look at how we can come up with alternative solutions at the moment. And, I know it is a better Australia when we do this together, when everyone feels safe. And it's not one or two people that we're talking about. We've got the data across Australia that identifies the severity of harm that is being caused. So it's very difficult to increase that diversity of the profession when people are exiting because they're not being valued, they're not being listened to, and they're being harmed along the way. So it's very complex, and it's a really challenging one for me to answer in a couple of minutes.
Well, thanks for that answer anyway.
Mrs Anderson, does that go to the point which I think was the heart of the question, and that is that the funding specifically for that wellbeing for the people that you represent, is that a critical piece of the step forward, not the only solution, but a piece of the step forward? Is that an important piece to have that funding?
To have the funding to be able to support the additional complexity that needs to be addressed. It's not a one-size-fits-all, so that wellbeing funding is absolutely essential. There are already some outstanding models of practice that are occurring within communities, and unfortunately, there hasn't been great recognition of what some of those solutions currently are, it is definitely a coordinated approach that needs to occur, and we see it in some of our remote and very remote communities with health services and education working closely. So it requires a commitment from moving away from the silo approach that we've had in place forever to really come up with those innovative approaches that in some communities have been operating for decades. A lot of it's based on goodwill. So let's really amplify what that needs to be to ensure that we have greater access of success.
Thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks everyone for appearing before the committee today. We've heard in Senate estimates from the department that when the Gonski Review Panel originally came up with the schooling resource standard, they didn't include those things that are currently allowed in that 4% loophole accounting trick, whatever you want to call it, that's in the current agreements. We've also heard from the department and had it confirmed that Gonski modelling of the SRS was based on a sample of schools in which 80% of young people met the minimum standard. I note also that it's been nearly 13 years since Gonski. Segregation has increased, the level of disadvantage has increased. And I'm just wondering, might start with Mr Myson, whether you can speak to the adequacy of the SRS and if it isn't inadequate, does that speak further to the fact that it's just so important to get the 5%, to get rid of the 4% loophole, to get to the bare minimum?
Yes, thank you. I feel like you've sort of answered the question and said what I'm going to say, because I couldn't agree more. This is, close to 15 years, and this is a bare minimum methodology. It was never meant to be aspirational. I believe in the original Gonski there's an explicit statement that this should be reviewed. It's not fit for purpose. It's been skewed, and it's so sad that the debate in Australia is that we are arguing just to get to the bare minimum for the majority of our kids. So I don't think the SRS is fit for purpose. It's the current standard that we've got. I think it's appalling that we are allowing jurisdictions to claim 4%, and when we celebrate these bilateral agreements in terms of 100% SRS, well, that's clearly not the case. We're celebrating, at best 96% of SRS at some time within the next 2 or 3 years. And so I do think it needs a review. But as I think I've said in various submissions, Senator Allman-Payne, as you'd be aware, really it's about our national priorities. We've got an $18 billion surplus projected. We're, close to $350 billion on a submarine deal. Where do our kids sit in that triage of priorities? And I would argue that it's probably the most important nation-building investment we could possibly make. So, yes, I think the SRS methodology is flawed, and we're not meeting that minimum standard. I think we can do better.
Ms Anderson, do you have anything to add in relation to the adequacy of the SRS, even if we get to 100% or 96%?
Certainly is something many of our schools for First Nations communities. And our challenge is to ensure that the needs-based funding is able to meet the requirements of all students. And currently, what we have is not meeting that need, especially for our most vulnerable. So there needs to be a great deal more thinking around how is it can be much more fairer for those students at much higher risk of, well, I've already mentioned the fact that we can't even track students who are not in school at all. It's certainly a concern when our students are not being serviced the way that they deserve. So another internalised in a model of requiring First Nation students to have additional supports around the funding model certainly hasn't been an open conversation, but I think the timing is right for us to actually review how it is we can have a fairer system that is much more of a level playing field around the multiple levels of complexity.
And a final question to Mr Murphy. Mr Murphy, are you able to speak to how the levels of complexity and disadvantage have changed in our public schools since the original Gonski and the impact that that's having on not only students but teachers and teacher workloads?
So probably the easiest response is I've provided enough copies of this document to the Senate the hearing, which actually talks about the increased complexity, the increased segregation that sits within our public school system. Going back to your original question, I just want to also point, we're talking about the 4%, but the elephant in the room that we must call out is on average at last year in Australia, we sat at 90.4% of funding of the SRS. And no state or territory except the ACT actually delivered 100%. So you then take 4% off that. So on average, we're actually funding our public school kids at 85% of the absolute minimum standard. So that has created this massive gap. So if we go back, as you identified, Senator Allman-Payne, 13 years, it's more than 1 year of funding. Our kids in our government schools throughout Australia have not been funded. More than 1 year. You may as well just say, you know what, don't fund them in year one. Let's just ignore them, or let's not fund year 12 across Australia. That's what we've actually entrenched in our schools. Is that right? Is that our priority as a school, as a nation when we do that? Yes, we have seen increased levels of complexity with our students coming in, increased levels of disabilities, have also are attending schools throughout Australia, in particularly our government primary and secondary schools. That is impacting significantly, firstly on the student population, and we are happy to have students with disabilities in our school. We want that. Our students are so much better, can I say. We often, talk about this, but our students, I see in this generation of students, they are so much more tolerant than previous generations, and I think we've got to commend them. Our teachers do an outstanding job looking at and working with that inclusion in their classrooms, but what we haven't done is we've never funded it properly, which then leads to a whole lead of other problems, those students losing the curriculum, those students disengaging, those students then causing behaviour problems in our classrooms throughout Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's probably time, Chair, for me.
Good, thanks. Thanks, Senator. Just one question. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement includes a review of the SRS base and loading calculations methodology. What would you hope to get out of that review? And I might just sort of go across the room if that's okay. If you just give us a brief answer, because we are over time.
Look, we think that's an important element. The concern we do have, and we've expressed this to the Minister and to the Department, is that there must be a cost-neutral option. It's really a concern when we haven't actually ever been funded at the proper SRS level to then have a cost-neutral option. What are we cost-neutraling it on? Around the 90% of the current SRS or the thing? But we would believe that there does need to be a review of the SRS model. As Senator Allman-Payne's question identified, we're actually not actually funding the 20% of the students with the most need. So that's an area that does need to be worked through.
Mr Myson?
I'd agree with that. Actually, the methodology should be what resources are required for school to get 100% of kids to the minimum standard. That's what the SRS methodology should aspire to. Similarly, we need to look at other measures. For example, we need to start thinking about more sophisticated measures for disadvantage, levels of concentration of disadvantage within certain schools. We actually have to be much more sophisticated about what measures we're using to determine disadvantage.
And briefly, Mrs Anderson.
Yes, and I would agree. The review of the model, the measures that are in place are needing innovative and new ways to measure what actually success and disadvantage is for First Nations children around ensuring that we are meeting the needs of all students with a review of how it needs to look for our First Nations children. It really needs to be involving First Nations people to be part of that methodology so that we can ensure that all of our First Nations children are able to experience a level of success that many children are currently not experiencing at this time.
Thank you. And look, I'd like to thank you, the three of you, for coming in and joining us today, now early afternoon. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Friday the 15th of November. It would be great to have assistance to the committee.
Thank you. Thank you all senators too for the work and the preparation you did. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I now welcome via video conference and telephone representatives from the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation and the Coalition of Peaks. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today? And I'll start with the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation.
Hello, my name is Sharon Davis. I am the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of NATSIAC, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation.
Thank you. The Coalition of Peaks.
Patricia Turner, Lead Convener of the Coalition of Peaks.
Now, I'd like to invite you to make a brief opening statement. We'd like it if you could keep it to less than 2 minutes because we do want to have time to ask questions and we are on a tight schedule. And if you've Mrs Atkinson, you'd like to introduce yourself as well.
Yes, Geraldine Atkinson, co-chair of the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Council.
Good, thank you very much. Sorry about jumping over you.
It's okay, that's fine.
So if you could keep your statements brief, that would be a great deal of assistance to the committee, and we'll definitely make sure that your opening statement is also put on Hansard so that everyone will be able to publicly see it and the committee will be able to consider it if there's additional comments in writing that you'd like to give us. But I might go on the same order again would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to speak today. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that we're all meeting on. I'm speaking to you from Nipaluna in Tasmania, and I'd like to recognise the Muwinina people, the custodians of this place, and pay my respects to elders past and present. As I just said earlier, my name is Sharon Davis, and I'm the newly appointed Chief Executive of NATSIAC, so I might have to take some questions on notice today or defer over to Arnie Geraldine, who has decades of experience in this space, but I'll do my best. The National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Education Corporation, NATSIAC, is the peak body in Australia for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander education and training. We work really closely with governments at all levels, the Aboriginal community controlled sector and other key stakeholders to positively influence education outcomes for First Nations kids, students and learners. NATSIAC was incorporated in late 2023, and although we are still in our establishment phase, our founding members represent a wide range of communities across New South Wales, South Australia and Victoria. These community networks are facilitated through Aboriginal education consultative groups or Indigenous education consultative bodies, with one in each of these jurisdictions. In addition to strong and long-standing community networks, these groups have also established ways of informing and sharing. This affords the opportunity to all communities to raise issues, share insights about education and training priorities for their respective communities, and meet with key government stakeholders within their jurisdictions as necessary to proactively influence education reform at a systems level. So NATSIAC is consolidating these networks to ensure that the sharing of information and expertise continues at a national level, and we are proactively working with representatives in other jurisdictions to establish a community-based AECG where one doesn't currently exist. So NATSIAC is here today to support, in support of the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. We see this bill as an important step towards addressing long-standing inequalities in our education system, particularly for First Nations students. This work is crucial not only to meet our shared values, but also to honour Australia's obligations under key international agreements. Australia has signed on to treaties like the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and also the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And these agreements assert that education is a human right, and it's our duty to ensure it's equitable, accessible and culturally appropriate for all students, especially those from First Nations communities. So we're glad to see that 3 jurisdictions have already signed on to the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, and we're encouraged by the bill's commitment to a funding floor. That said, we are concerned about the impact on First Nations students in states yet to sign the agreement. NATSIAC urges the government to keep working towards solutions that leave no First Nations student without the support that they need. I also like to emphasise the importance of transparency and accountability. NATSIAC is keen to work with the department to strengthen reporting, especially when it comes to funding impacts on priority groups. We need clear, accessible data that shows how funds are directly supporting First Nations students. And this is crucial for building trust and ensuring funds are making a real difference. Finally, we're encouraged by the commitment to an annual report from the Minister. We'd like to see that report go beyond broad figures and speak to real outcomes, retention, cultural safety and education progress for First Nations students. We believe this transparency will strengthen confidence in the reforms and help guide future improvements. So thank you again for your time, and we look forward to working together to ensure that all First Nations students have access to safe, equitable and meaningful educational opportunities. And I'd like to quickly hand over to Aunty Geraldine Atkinson, Co-Chair of NATSIAC.
If you could keep it very brief, because we do have to have time for questions. Ms Geraldine Atkinson.
I'll try and be very brief.
Could you be very brief, because it is important. Sorry, I don't want to be pushy, but we've got to get into the agenda to ask questions.
Okay. Well, look, NATSIAC does welcome the opportunity to participate in the development of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. It was pleasing to see that the priority reforms within the National Agreement on Closing the Gap were considered as part of the development of the agreement. It was also pleasing to see that the work was done in partnership with First Nations organisations like NATSIAC and the Coalition of Peaks. And as Sharon said, it was great to see that 3 jurisdictions have signed the bilateral agreements, and we really need to see that those additional jurisdictions. We know that much needed funds should go towards our public schools, our government schools, but we know that the even bigger work ties in implementing and monitoring the agreement to ensure that it achieves the best possible outcomes. That's brief.
Good. Thank you very much, and thank you for assisting the committee, and we're looking forward to asking you questions as well. Now, if we just go to the Coalition of Peaks.
Thank you, Chair. I also have Lisa Charles, who's the head of the Secretariat to the Coalition of Peaks, on the phone. You there, Lisa?
Ms Charles, are you there?
Yes, I am here, thank you. Yeah, I'm Lisa Charles, the Executive Director of the Secretariat of the Coalition of Peaks.
Thank you very much.
So thank you, Chair, for allowing us the opportunity to appear before the Education and Employment Legislation Committee. It's a valuable opportunity for the Coalition of Peaks. The Peaks is a representative body of more than 80 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled peak organisations, and our members represent approximately 800 organisations working on the ground to provide services to more than 500,000 of our people across the country and every state and territory. Our success stems from the belief of all our members that when Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have a genuine say in design and delivery of services that affect them, better life outcomes are achieved. This piece supposes that the structural change in the way governments work with our people is needed to close the gap. This belief underpins the national agreement on closing the gap, which is founded on 4 priority reforms developed by the Coalition of Peaks. There is compelling evidence in the Productivity Commission's 24 review of the national agreement that when these priority reforms are implemented, that life outcomes improve. More than anything else, I hope that my appearance before you today, after my appearance before you today, the committee can become more attuned to the national agreement with respect to the needs of our children and young people, using the 4 priority reforms as the foundation for systemic change on education. I agree with much of what Natsiak has had to say in terms of the accountability and transparency of how funds are used and getting better outcomes for our children. I need to say that the National Agreement on Closing the Gap is the first of its kind, developed in genuine partnership between the Coalition of Peaks and all levels of government, based on our expertise and lived experience. The agreement commits all governments to fundamentally a new way of working with our people and new government accountability measures. The 4 priority reforms are at the heart of the agreement and provide a framework for real structural and systemic reform required to close the gap. They are priority reform, which is formal partnerships and shared decision making. Priority reform 2, building the community controlled sector. Priority reform 3 is transforming government organisations to get rid of the racism and discrimination against our people. And priority reform is shared access to data and information at a regional level across the country. So we are very pleased that the coalition, that the education ministers have used the priority reforms in the development of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. It recognises the needs of our young children and our children and young people in a way that its predecessor did not. Equally, it's the first time genuine partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander representatives in education space has happened. Genuine partnership and shared decision-making are key elements of priority reform 1, and these have carried forward in the way the Better Schools Agreement and Fairer Schools Agreement has been developed and will be monitored and overseen by the education ministers partnering with Natsiak. Natsiak is the Coalition of Peaks lead for the education sector and will also, and has also presented to you. The Closing the Gap agreement includes a clear commitment from all parties to, quote, to mobilise, quote, all avenues and opportunities available to them to meet the objectives of this agreement in clause 16. Mainstream national agreements like the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement can be responsive to the needs of our people and make significant contribution to closing the gap. Educating our children is one of the best ways we can improve their future and generations to come after that. Education linked to culture and community can make a real difference and has the potential to address a range of issues related to closing the gap. Our students make up approximately 5.7% of the total number of students in Australia, ranging from 38% in the Northern Territory to 1.7% in Victoria. In 2021, over two-thirds, 68.1% of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people aged between 20 and 24 had attained a Year 12 equivalent or equivalent qualification. The proportions of Year 12 qualifications attainment or equivalent declines as remoteness increases, down to 41.7% for young people living in very remote areas in 2021. In 2022, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander school attendance rates varied. School attendance rates were steady across the primary school years, around 77%, but reduced as the secondary school level increases to a low of 65% in Year 10 for Year 10 students. According to the 2016 census, there were 9,184 fully qualified and registered Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teachers, making up a little over 2% of the teaching population. The Coalition of Peaks welcomes the commitment made in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement and supports fully funding all public schools. The Peaks are pleased with the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory, the Western Australian Government and most recently the Tasmanian Government to fund all public schools fully and fairly by 29 and 26 respectively. The Coalition of Peaks urges the remaining governments to consider the consequences for our children and young people when holding out a better deal from the Commonwealth. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people cannot continue to be disadvantaged by governments delaying. The Peaks note that the Commonwealth share of this new state and territory arrangements is above the proposed 20% funding floor for government schools to be set in the regulation being discussed today. The Coalition of Peaks asks that the committee to consider a higher funding floor for the Commonwealth share of for government schools so that full funding can be achieved earlier and our children can receive the quality education they deserve. It is critical that additional funding commitments are accompanied by significantly increased funding transparency. It is unclear how much of the funding targeted towards the needs of our people, our young people, actually makes it down to the student. We have no confidence that the needs-based funding intended to support our students is being used appropriately to support those most in need. It must be quarantined and reported on publicly. The school resource standard must come with enhanced transparency on A, how funds intended for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students under the funding model are allocated and expended right down to the school level. B, how much funding is allocated to the community control sector to provide support services to our students and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce. C, disaggregated data on outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children aligned to communities' aspirations. This position builds on the experts panel's recommendation 6A that goes to improve funding transparency to support the most effective use of recurrent and needs-based funding. That is the end of my statement, and I would welcome comments and questions, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Ms Turner, I'll now go to Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for those opening statements. My first question is to everyone on the panel there. I understand that NATSIEC and the Coalition of Peaks were involved in the development of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. Are you able to just tell the committee a little bit about that engagement?
Yes, it's Pat Turner here from the Coalition of Peaks. Mm-hmm. Do you want me to go first?
Yes, that'd be good.
Lisa Charles will be able to detail the extent of the engagement that we've had with the Education Department in the development of this agreement. Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Pat. So the Coalition of Peaks, so I've been involved in partnership with Auntie Geraldine in all the governance arrangements put together by the Department of Education, and that includes senior officials meetings and senior officials meetings, working groups specifically on closing the gap and things. And as I understand it, Auntie Geraldine can go through the engagement that she's had with the education ministers and senior executive as well. So I might hand to Auntie Geraldine. Thank you.
Yes, we're very pleased to be able to be invited to join the process in the development of the Better Fairer Schools Agreement. As Lisa said, we worked with ASOC. Lisa and I attended ASOC meetings together. We attended a working group with both the Catholic and independent schools representatives. We were able to advise on what we thought would be improvements to for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students through within government schools and the other schools as well. We were able to give a cultural lens over all of the agreement that we worked on. We were in all of those discussions. We talked about what would be suitable, what would be in achieving, those better outcomes and successes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. We were very respectfully received by all of the ministers, and in particular Minister Clare, in providing advice on how this Better, Fairer Schools agreement would, in actual fact, that it was going to be that it would be transparency and accountability in what the funding provided to what government schools would achieve for our students.
Thank you. Chaz, did you want to add?
No, Aunt is definitely best placed to give you details since she was in those meetings. Thank you.
Right. So my next question is around the bill being tied to tying funding to reform under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. So how do you anticipate the agreement will impact educational outcomes for First Nations students? And I know in your opening statements you did touch on that issue. And what flow-on effects do those positive educational outcomes have on the broader community?
Gosh, I was listening to the questions earlier and listening to Dion Anderson speak on a similar tact, and like she said, it's pretty hard to give a detailed answer in the short time that we have. But funding for our kids and equitable funding for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students as a section of the bigger cohort is absolutely important. Through to the funding for more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander teachers in schools to help support the cultural safety of our students, that will in turn enable better engagement, better attendance and more success. Just to name one, being able to help teachers who are already in schools to have the training to understand how to implement Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander perspectives in a holistic, in a true way, is something that will not only benefit Aboriginal kids and improve outcomes, but also all students to learn the true history of this country. Those are just a couple of ways that I think it's important that this funding, how that funding can impact outcomes for First Nations children. Do you have anything to add with that, Aunt?
I think that... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Pat. You go, Pat.
Oh, we got two aunts, so it's a bit tricky.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think that having the children fully participate in, the education system and succeed boosts the whole community and provides opportunities that haven't been realised previously with a well-educated younger generation. We're able to assist our elders to navigate the systems that we have to deal with today that can be very confusing when English isn't the first language. And so I see it as a real benefit for the whole community for our kids to get the best possible educational outcomes. And I think that the agreement is going a long way towards that. But like I said, we'd like to have more transparency on how it hits the ground, how the funding hits the ground, and accountability for that. Thank you.
Can I just add to my question and specifically ask around what kind of impact the agreement will have in the Northern Territory.
Well, the funding has got to flow directly to the Aboriginal schools, and that has not been the case in the past, where the Northern Territory government in the past has diverted funds to other projects in metropolitan areas, where they get all the votes. So there has to be a very strict regime in ensuring that the funding that's being made available goes directly to the schools in the remote areas to the extent that it needs to. There are, of course, a lot of Aboriginal kids enrolled in schools in the major regional centres and cities. But, we can't, as we can see from the existing figures, remote always has a more negative outcome than the cities do. So we really need to make sure that remote's getting its fair share as proposed in the agreement.
Thanks.
I would have to agree with Pat. I think that one of the things about it is because in the Northern Territory, if they get 100% funding for Better Fairer Schools agreement, that what they'll do is they'll enable children to stay in their communities, in those remote communities, to get to participate in education. A lot of them don't attend past year 10, so we want them to complete right through high school and have that possibility of completing 11 and 12. I think that the funding that'll go to the Northern Territory is going to ensure that those children are able to attend school. That what we talked about earlier about having, those schools have with curriculum that's going to be appropriate and culturally appropriate for them, so they will stay at school. That those schools, with this funding, that those schools will have all of those that cultural lens. That they will have teachers, and we're hoping that with the funding that comes from the Better Fairer Schools agreement, that there will be teachers that will want to teach in those remote areas to our children, so that we'll be looking at growing our own teachers in the Northern Territory through the various programs, particularly allowing those teacher aides that do teach and do teach language, that they'll be able to get that teacher training to stay and enable them to then teach those children in the Northern Territory. So I think there's going to be I'm hoping that there's going to be real benefits in particular, for the Northern Territory.
Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for your time today. Chair, my questions were actually just asked by Senator Brown. And given the comprehensive opening statements that were provided, I'll review those and then put some questions on notice.
Good, thanks. Thanks very much. Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. I'm really interested to know, Shaz, I understand your background in school education, and so I'm really interested to know or get your thoughts on how the bill allowing for funding for an agreement that includes initiative that includes, and I quote, strengthening Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultural safety, how you think that will work, how you think that will be.
In terms of cultural safety, look, that is something that I guess when you look at education, so my background is I'm teacher trained, primary school teacher trained. I also have a master's in applied linguistics, which looked at Aboriginal English in schools and the learning of standard Australian English for our kids. And what comes with the knowledge around Aboriginal English is a lot around cultural safety. So cultural safety you know, to keep it real, I know you guys are really busy, so I'll try and keep it short. The jargon around cultural safety, cultural awareness, cultural integrity, all these kinds of cultural stuff that gets thrown around when we're talking about education and learning for First Nations students is quite tricky, but to focus in on cultural safety is really important because cultural safety is the creating of an environment that is safe when we're talking about First Nations kids, for them to be able to learn, see themselves in the situation, see themselves in the curriculum, and it can only be judged by the children themselves. So teachers can't actually say that my class is culturally safe. It's the children in front of you, the learners in front of you, who determine that is culturally safe. So that requires teachers to be culturally responsive, to be responsive to the children in front of them, which includes understanding that 80% of Aboriginal people across this continent speak Aboriginal English, and how that can impact your pedagogy in the way that you teach literacy and numeracy and in your classroom. So to be able to be culturally responsive to the needs of your students helps set up cultural safety. And if your classroom is more culturally safe, you do no harm. And what works best for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander learners actually works best for everybody. And sometimes that doesn't work the other way around. So, yeah, cultural safety for First Nations kids is good for all children. So being able to have funding in schools that has a baseline that's not going to go below that, but will hopefully go up is something that is really, really important. I would like to put on record that it is a bit of a concern that it's only three states have signed on to the agreement. So I'd love, it'd be great to be able to work with other states and territories to get them on board with this, because I think it's something that's really important. I hope that answers the question.
You do, and it's Tasmania, Western Australia and the Northern Territory that have signed on so far. I was going to ask you, just to expand on that a bit, if you want to, or if you can, about what that cultural safety will look like, or should look like.
Yep, for students or for teachers?
Both.
Yeah, well, for students, it looks like if you set up a classroom or a school that is culturally safe, what you see is First Nations students bums on seats in classrooms and engaged in their learning because it reflects them and it respects them, and it gives them a place to flourish. It means that you have other kids who are really keen to learn about the long, long history of First Nations cultures and languages in this place, 65,000 years worth of knowledge just there ready to be heard. It improves outcomes. You have happy kids, healthy kids, less racism in schools. That impacts not only First Nations children, but other children of colour or recently arrived kids, that kind of stuff. And for teachers, cultural safety in terms of pedagogy is actually just really good practice. It requires self-reflexivity to look at yourself, particularly if you're a non-Indigenous teacher, of which most of I think 97% of the teaching workforce is non-Indigenous, to have a look at themselves and what it means to be a non-Indigenous teacher in front of not just First Nations kids, but all children, and the impact of just growing up in a society, a mainstream, largely, white sort of society, and how that impacts the curriculum that you choose, the resources that you choose to teach the curriculum, what parts of the cross-curriculum priorities that you decide to include in what you're doing, the thing about Aboriginal English, knowing about Aboriginal English and how that would impact teaching First Nations learners standard Australian English without assimilating them in that way. There's lots of... it just makes you a better practitioner. And if you can teach well to First Nations children, then you can teach to anyone.
Look, thanks for your answers. They were very comprehensive, and I can just tell by your face that you really enjoy what you do. So thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Good,
thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Look, thanks very much for your evidence today, everyone, and I note that some of the questions I might have had have already been answered. Certainly heard loud and clear that really supportive of the priority reform areas and the move towards developing and ensuring cultural safety for students and a more culturally safe system that takes into account much better the views of First Nations educators and communities. So I've certainly heard that loud and clear. maybe just to bring us directly back to the bill, we've heard some evidence from others today that they have a concern around the fact that the agreements still include the ability for state governments to include non-classroom expenditure in their contribution. So it retains that 4% amount for things like capital depreciation, school buses, etc. And we've also heard some concerns from some that they would have liked to have seen the floor higher than 20%. Just wondering whether any of you have any views on that. And also the timing, I guess, from when money will flow. In some cases, that 100% won't fully flow until 2029. Maybe if I start with Ms Davis and then I'll go to Ms Turner.
Thank you. Look, I would tend to agree. Look, I think that everybody would like to see a higher floor than what is there. You hear just when you're picking up your kids from school how in public school how parents would love to see more facilities and more bits and pieces in schools and needing more funding. Look, a floor at 25% would meet concerns expressed by some states not signing on as they're concerned about schools not being fully funded. And without that signing, though, it stays at 20%. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. Sorry, I might just hand over to Aunt or either of the aunts, Auntie Pat or Auntie Geraldine, to maybe give their opinion in this matter.
Yep.
Okay, it's Auntie Geraldine, so I'll just say that we would have liked to have seen an increase in funding to all states and territories. We know that it would have really improved and increased those concerns about schools and that schools have. And we know that when we were talking and consulting about the agreement, we talked about, a whole range of things that students, not just our students, but a whole range of students needed, additional things, additional supports. And we know that schools were concerned that it was going to cost them out of their funds for their schools, and what we saw was that I would have thought that it would have been if there would have been an increase, it would be money well spent on those kids that have those additional needs that have that require really good facilities, that they do have all of that's going to support them, for them to enjoy their experience at school, because that's what we want. We want that for all kids, and in particular we want that for our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Sorry, Auntie Pat, just before you jump in, I just wanted to reiterate what Auntie Pat said earlier about the transparency piece. At NATSIAC, our other co-chair, Professor Peter Buckskin, talks about funding for First Nations students. It has to glow in the dark. We need to see where it's going. So no matter what the floor is or no matter what the funding is, all of it has to be transparent so we can see where it's going. I think also we do need to trust the states and territories a little bit, that they're talking to their communities and their people on the ground. I'm talking about, being my mob's from the Kimberley. I'm Burrid and Gidger, and I know that if schools are spending money on vehicles or things like that, it might be because they need it. So I think a one size one approach fits all, or one complaint for everybody, doesn't quite work, and that's why at NATSIAC we have those connections through the states and territories as we're building down to the ground to actually figure out what mob need best for them, no matter where they are. Sorry to interrupt you, Auntie Pat.
No, that's fine. Well, I already said that we consider a higher funding floor for the Commonwealth share for government schools, so that full funding can be achieved earlier. And that goes to the point about when some of this funding starts, as I also mentioned in my opening comments, because our objective is that our kids receive quality education that they need and deserve. And as Sharon has reiterated the importance of transparency as to where this money actually goes, has to be hand in glove with the arrangements that are put in place.
Ms Turner, do you have a view on what the floor should be?
No, I'm not an education expert. I'll hand that back to Aunty Jerry.
Okay, so just higher than what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
it'll vary. It'll vary, by jurisdiction, where you've got 30-odd% children in the Northern Territory and 1.4 in Victoria. But over to you, Aunty Jerry.
I just think, yes, to the floor. I just think that it needs to be, I agree with Pat, that it needs to be higher. I think that what I've said before about, how schools, sort of with more funding can provide more resources, more culturally safe environments, a whole range of things that we don't have at the moment that, that will improve educational outcomes for our students.
That's great. Thank you. I'll leave it there, Chair. I'm conscious of time.
Good. Thanks very much, Senator. And thank you to all the witnesses who have given evidence today and this afternoon. If you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Friday, the 15th of November, 2024. And thanks very much. Have a very good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. Appreciate the opportunity.
Galia. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. Bye.
Bye. I now welcome in person Mr. Michael Seifer. Mr. Michael Seifer. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you will be here today?
Sorry, I just need to.
That's
drink.
right. You no problems.
I'm Michael Seifer. I'm here in my capacity as a citizen. I'm a PhD student of Murdoch University. I'm assuming that I've been called upon here because of my expertise and research in the area of school segregation in Australia and internationally. Just for the Senator's understanding about me a little bit more personal, my background. My real job is as a public school teacher and school counsellor for 21 years in New South Wales, working in regional and remote communities in the Riverina and now in the New England region. So that's my background. But I'm certainly not here in any way representing my employer.
Right, thank you, Mr. Seifer. I'll now go to Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're loud and clear.
Oh, great. That's the way I like to be. You mentioned that you're a teacher and I think you're also Vice President of the New South Wales Teachers Federation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep,
Yeah,
I'm not. Certainly nothing I'm saying today, though, is representing the views of the Teachers Federation.
Okay, thank you very much. In your submission, you recommended that the next agreement should be an initiative for the federal government to lift the transparency and accountability of government school systems and schools to the learning of student equity groups. The bill does include a new obligation for the Minister for Education to make an annual statement to the Parliament about proposed funding arrangements. Is that the sort of transparency mechanism that you had in mind? And if it's not, what would you actually suggest to us?
So my concerns are around the impacts that segregation has on student learning. When you concentrate students from disadvantaged backgrounds in the same sort of schools, that has negative impacts on their learning. And it is certainly my view that the way we fund schools in Australia encourages the segregation of students. And perversely, the schools dealing with the least amount of disadvantage are those schools with the highest amount of resources. So it is my view that all schools in receipt of public funding should be accountable for how well they represent their local communities in their enrolment profiles. So a way of being accountable around spending public finances would be for schools to report on how representative they are of their local communities, and that could be in relation to how much of the SRS that they receive. So my research, I have a paper under review at the moment where it clearly breaks down by sector which schools are not representative of their local communities, and those in terms of disadvantage, and those that are overly representative of their communities in terms of disadvantage. And as institutions in receipt of public funding, they have an obligation to their community to service all Australian citizens in their community. And at the moment, we don't have that expectation of schools.
Thanks. The bill ties additional funding to an agreement that has wellbeing for learning and engagement as one of its priority areas. You mentioned that you've got a background as a school counsellor. For the committee's benefit, can you outline the need for additional wellbeing and mental health support in Australian classrooms?
Absolutely. So I can only speak from a background in New South Wales. So in many rural towns in New South Wales, the only mental health care worker is the school counsellor in the local public school, and maybe a mental health nurse, and other services like paediatricians, clinical psychologists, community and mental health services. They are based in larger communities, many kilometres away, hundreds of kilometres away, and even those services have great shortages. And we're in a situation in New South Wales where there are the current level of provision that there is meant to be in terms of the school counselling service is currently not filled. So there are real issues in terms of, similar to classroom teachers, filling vacancies, particularly in rural areas.
So you mentioned, an array of other health workers. The bill allows additional funding to be tied to structural initiatives that support wellbeing for learning and engagement, for example, in school wellbeing coordinators or school counsellors or psychologists or mental health workers and or youth health nurses. What would the impact of this additional investment, what impact do you think this will have on students experiencing mental health issues or poor wellbeing?
So long as there's actually the people to actually do the work, the qualified people, with the appropriate educational and psychological training, it could potentially go a long way. So we certainly have quite substantial mental health problems in our rural areas and also our metropolitan areas, where young people, particularly coming out of COVID, are really at a crisis point in many of our communities. And those of us who work in this area at the moment often find ourselves having to, triage the level of crisis for our young people in terms of those we provide service to, so that we don't have the time to provide proactive support because we are dealing with so many young people who are in crisis. So to have more people on the ground in schools with the appropriate qualifications would be of great benefit to young people, purely in terms of safety for these young people, really. I often go home from work and am in great levels of anxiety around the young people that I'm supporting, worried about what their near-term future and safety is, let alone being able to provide proactive support for them in terms of their learning and engagement with schooling.
Your submission, in your submission, I noticed you talked about a change to the way that reporting on student socio-economic backgrounds is done, and the BFSA includes a review of the measurement framework for schooling in Australia. Can you explain how this work will intersect with your interest in changing reporting on socio-economic backgrounds?
Yeah, so there's two levels that my submission goes to in terms of reporting socioeconomic disadvantage. One is at the student level. So currently in the national school reporting, particularly around NAPLAN, we provide reports around the impact of things like parental education and parental occupation, how well that's associated with academic outcomes in NAPLAN. But it can be a little difficult to get your head around those reports because we break it down into categories where it would be much simpler if we had a single measure of socioeconomic status at the student level, which we already do have, but it's not used in those reports, so that we could simply have a simple measure that says this is what the association or the correlation or the impact is of socioeconomic status on student learning outcomes. The other level that my submission goes to is at the school level. We do not report on the impacts of school level socioeconomic status on student learning. So the Productivity Commission in 2022 found that when we concentrate disadvantaged students into disadvantaged schools, the impact of school socioeconomic status is actually harming those students' learning outcomes. And my research goes to that. I've looked at it internationally. This is a common effect internationally, but particularly in Australia, we have one of the strongest effects in the English-speaking world, where school socioeconomic status is actually quite a substantive reason for why disadvantaged students are underperforming in our system. So if we want to be able to address disadvantage in Australia, we need to start at least measuring and reporting the systemic factors that are impacting on disadvantaged students. And the largest factor is concentrating those students into disadvantaged schools. So we need to at least start reporting that so that governments and systems and schools can be held to account for the role that they play in holding back the learning outcomes of disadvantaged students.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Senator Orman-Payne.
Hi, Mr. Cypher. Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today. I'm interested in this notion of how we measure disadvantage. And given what you've told us in relation to the impact of concentrations of disadvantage, in your view then, is the schooling resource standard in the way it's currently constituted and the categories of loadings that it includes, is that adequate? And is that working? Is the system then working for our disadvantaged kids within the system?
In terms of the funding loadings, no, it's not, because there is a loading that goes to addressing concentrations of disadvantaged, but it is capped at 50%. So if a school has more than 50% low socioeconomic status students in it, it doesn't receive any more additional funding to reflect that level of disadvantage. So there are schools where 70%, 80%, 90% of the students in the school come from the first quartile of socioeconomic disadvantage, but they're only funded up to a level of 50%. So that loading is not addressing the issue of concentrations of disadvantage. So that does need to be reviewed. And I guess any sort of review of that may need to think about that as not necessarily as a linear increase, but actually more like a multiple increase, so that when you get through those higher levels of concentration, it is very difficult for teachers and principals to be able to meet the learning and wellbeing needs in schools that have 90% of students who are disadvantaged, often in poorer parts of metropolitan areas or in isolated parts well beyond metropolitan areas. Teachers and principals are working really hard in those schools, and all of the research that goes to looking at evidence-based practice, those studies don't take into account what works in these schools where 90% of the kids are disadvantaged? We've got no idea. So we need huge increases in funding to be able to support those schools. And it's really a moral question for this parliament, because our school's funding model is a large contributor to a system that segregates young people in Australia. So it is my view that Parliament has a responsibility to think about what this model is doing to young people, and start putting in place measures that will start to address, at least ameliorate, the impacts of school segregation in Australia.
So would it be your view then that there's that this segregation of kids is partly what's contributing then to that continuing decline in results on standardised testing and international tests? Is it the case that everybody's just sliding down, or are we seeing an increasing of the gap between the kids at the top and a longer tail?
Yeah, so there were in the most recent PISA result, there was an increase in the gap between high and low SES students. When you break down the data between student level and school level socioeconomic factors, then certainly for secondary students, the socioeconomic status of your peers is much more important to your learning outcomes than the socioeconomic status of your family. So when we segregate disadvantaged children and young people into schools, separating them from middle class and high SES young people, we're setting them up for failure. So the first step is, okay, how do we get those schools to the minimum resource standard? And then the next step is, let's have some accountability to hold government to account for how this is working, and school systems to account. And then let's look at, okay, how can we get to a system where we are not segregating young people and dividing them into different classes and setting them off onto different life trajectories based on the school they went to? I don't believe that any Australian thinks that that's the school system that we want in Australia.
In that context then, does that make it even more important that the 4% discount, loophole, whatever you want to call it, that states can use to have money within their funding envelope that doesn't go directly to classrooms, does that make it even more critical that that's removed, because that's currently still in this bill?
Absolutely. So that discount is harming all young people in our schools. And it's just another barrier in the way of teachers being able to do their job to provide quality learning opportunities for all young people in our schools. And it's as someone who works in schools and has been a teacher and school counsellor for some time now, it's so disheartening when you hear critiques of what teachers are doing. We were at a point in New South Wales where the resignation rate was outstripping the retirement rate. It's a bit unfair for public pundits to be critical of what teachers are doing when they're not being provided with the minimum resource level they need that's been identified by the Gonski Review in 2011, still not being provided, denying them the capacity to do their jobs effectively. So yes, that 4% discount is stopping teachers from being able to do their jobs.
And one final question. In terms of the proposed reporting in the new agreement, is it sufficient to be reporting on the trajectory, for example, of our results improving for, say, First Nations students or students with a disability or students in a particular location? Or is additional reporting required to actually track the narrowing of the equity gap?
Yes, both. So certainly we need quality reporting around how First Nations students are tracking and achievement gaps between various groups, including low socioeconomic status students, how they're tracking and what the achievement gaps are between rural and metropolitan students. But I think more importantly than tracking these individual students, because I don't think anyone is surprised to hear that disadvantaged students are not achieving at the level where we want them to be. What we really need is reporting that goes to the issues that are causing these achievement gaps. And a systemic cause of these gaps is separating children and young people into different types of schools, segregating them. That's what we need reports on. We need to be reporting at national and state levels what the degree of segregation is. We need to be reporting the size of those school-level socioeconomic impacts are on student learning and whether we're making any headway on that. We've got no idea whether that's changing. And we also need to start holding individual schools to account. Are they contributing to the national education goal of equity? At the moment, it seems to be that some school sectors, they're working towards a goal of excellence, and another school sector is working towards a goal of equity. When we're all publicly funded, it makes no sense. We need to get to a situation where we're not talking about equity. We need to get to a situation where all children and young people are achieving excellent results. And we can't do that when we're not reporting the systemic factors that are impacting that and not holding individual schools to account for whether they are or are not enrolling a representative profile of students in their school.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much for that. And Cypher, thanks very much for coming and joining us. And if there's any questions that you've taken on notice, could you please give the answers to the Secretary by the 15th of November 2024. Greatly appreciate for your time.
Thank you.
We'll now suspend until 2:15. Good, thanks everybody. Welcome back. I now welcome by video conference the Australian Education Union, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you'll appear here today? We haven't got you. I think you may have just dropped out, actually.
She has.
We might just suspend.
Dropped off.
We might just suspend for a moment whilst we're trying to get the witness back. I now welcome by video conference a representative from the Australian Education Union. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today? We can't hear you again. It's gone silent again. We might do it by phone teleconference. Yep.
Maybe if she turns the video off, sometimes that helps. You can hear that, you'd be able to hear her.
Sorry, she's...
Are you able to...
Hello?
No.
Can you hear her, Tony?
Yeah, I can, thanks. Karina,
Okay.
you... So, and if could you just... Karina, could you just give your full name and the capacity in which you appear here today, please?
Karina Haythorpe, Federal President of the Australian Education Union.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Senator and committee members. Firstly, I acknowledge that I'm joining this session from Wurundjeri country, land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, and pay my respects to elders past and present. The AU represents over 185,000 members employed in public education throughout Australia, and we've campaigned for more than a decade now for the full funding of public schools to a minimum 100% of the schooling resource standard, otherwise known as the SRS. And it's important to state that this standard is not an aspirational funding goal. It's the funding that's calculated to be necessary to give every child, regardless of their background, the opportunity to achieve their potential, and it's a benchmark that's been accepted by all governments. The Minister's introduced this legislation, stating that it's required to increase the amount that the Commonwealth can provide to schools, claiming that the maximum the Commonwealth Government can provide to public schools is currently 20% of the SRS, and we assert that this legislation is actually not required to enact a increased provision of the SRS, because the current Act is very clear that Commonwealth funding levels can be changed through regulations. We welcome the change from a cap to a floor. However, we are gravely concerned that the bill locks in a floor for the Commonwealth share of the SRS at 20% rather than a full 25%, which is genuinely needed to close the funding gaps for public schools. And so we call for the bill to be amended to replace that 20% cap with a 25% floor to be reached by 2029 at the latest. We're also concerned about the ratchet mechanism that's outlined in terms of stopping Commonwealth SRS contribution from going backwards, as our legal advice is very clear that it could function as a lock that could potentially freeze out Commonwealth contributions at any point between the 20% and the proposed 22.5% currently of the SRS. So we are concerned that that ratchet funding may be increased but then reduced within a year, provided that the reduced funding is greater than the previous year's funding. So we urge the inquiry to look at that particularly. And we believe that the Commonwealth funding contributions must be clear and enforceable, and we recommend that the bill is amended to oblige the Commonwealth to meet specific year-on-year increased funding commitments until funding of that 100% of the SRS is achieved. We're also gravely concerned that the legislation is silent on the 4% depreciation tax that is enabling state governments to use non-school-based costs to fudge their figures with respect to their share of the SRS. And just finally, I want to acknowledge the many community organisations and academics and social service organisations who've also put in submissions to this inquiry with respect to lifting that share to 25% and recognise that they've not had the chance to appear at this public hearing due to the short timeframes of the inquiry. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. I'll now go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for appearing before the committee today and for your opening statement. So I just want to pick up on a couple of things you've said there. You've been quite critical of the government not funding the full 5% increase and for allowing the 4% clause to be retained. Given this was a commitment by the then opposition, the Albanese opposition,
before the last election, something that they were very committed to and promised that they would address. Are you therefore critical of this broken promise?
We are very concerned about two things. Firstly, we expect that a pathway to full funding for public schools would be representative of a full 25% from the Commonwealth and a 75% share from state and territory governments. Secondly, the 4% depreciation tax, which was brought in 2018 with respect to the bilateral agreements that were struck between the then coalition government and state and territory governments, is actually removing over $2 billion of funding from public schools right now because state governments are writing off costs such as teacher registration authorities, depreciation, public and private school bus transport for students and so on. And we believe that this should have been addressed. And in fact, if it remains in bilateral agreements, there's a very real possibility that it will be entrenched for the next decade or more.
The New South Wales, Queensland, Victorian, South Australian and ACT governments have still not signed their agreements. What's your position on whether they should adopt the new agreements or?
Well, my understanding is that the reason that these state governments have not signed up to the new agreements is because they're not happy with the provision of the 22.5% that's been put forward by the Albanese government. And their stated position is that they would not sign up until they get the full 25%. From our members' perspective, they understand that on the ground, this gap in funding means that they're experiencing increased workloads. We've got an escalating teacher workforce shortage. I think the real issue here is that everybody knows that we have to do better and that we have to close this gap and that we really shouldn't be stuck in this fight around, what percentage is on the table. Currently, we actually should get on with the business of making sure that all public schools have got access to that full 100%. And that is going to require both the Commonwealth and the state and governments to come to the party to deliver what's needed.
Just in relation to the 4% clause, what's the remedy for that? Are you saying that we should just scrap it altogether and not allow it to be used?
Yes, it should be scrapped. Essentially, this was a surprise to everybody in 2018. When the changes went through in 2017 under the Turnbull government with respect to the Australian Education Act, it was never discussed or profiled that there would be this 4% depreciation tax that state governments would be able to use to fudge their share. It arrived as part of the bilateral agreements that were struck at the end of that year in 2018 and with Victoria straight after in 2019. And it really came as a surprise because it means that the real cost, or the real investment, if you want to look at it that way, with respect to the SRS, is not actually real on the ground because of the fact that governments are able to use this 4% depreciation to decrease their contribution to the SRS. And our position really is that this is about public schooling, and yet this 4% depreciation has provisions in it which allow governments to write off the costs of private school sector against the public school share. So some states use it to fund the cost of public and private school bus transport for students. Most states use it to cover the cost of teacher registration authorities. That covers all sectors. Yet private schools are not subject to the same 4% depreciation tax as part of their funding agreements with the Commonwealth.
So do you acknowledge that ultimately the states are the ones that are wanting to retain it and essentially the federal government's hands are tied?
It arose out of an agreement between the previous coalition government and state and territory governments, and it's become part of the funding architecture. We do acknowledge that state governments want to keep it, and that creates a problem for the Commonwealth. However, our position is that if the federal government actually fully increased their share, then there could be a greater level of willingness for state governments to address this 4% depreciation tax going forward in new bilateral agreements.
Okay, I think that might be my time. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Brown.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Haythorpe, for coming along today to give evidence. First of all, I'd just like to go to the agreement signed with the Northern Territory, where the Commonwealth will increase its funding to 40% of the SRS by 2029. What impact will this increase in funding have for your members in the Northern Territory?
This is an incredibly welcome commitment from the Commonwealth. Everybody around the nation has accepted the fact that the Northern Territory has been a jurisdiction that requires an additional investment because it has the greatest level of need with respect to their schools and students on the ground. For our members on the ground, it was very welcome news when this agreement was struck and that there would be additional funding, because they are dealing with a significant attraction and retention crisis. They've got students with high level and complex needs, and quite often across the many levels of disadvantage that make up the loadings that are in relation to the actual SRS. And so it was welcome news that this additional funding would be put in place. But it also shows for us that there is capacity for the Commonwealth to go above their 22.5% current commitment that they have on the table because of their willingness to do a special deal for the Northern Territory, which, as I've said, we welcomed.
Thank you for that. Now, I just want to go to the bill, and you mentioned this already in your comments, but when we look at the 20% allocation of the school resource funding going from a maximum to a minimum, so from a ceiling to a floor. So this is aimed to ensure that the funding doesn't go backwards at the whim of any future government who would need to amend the legislation in order to reduce the portion of funding to schools. Now, do you support the ratcheting mechanism, and do you think that it will provide a long-term certainty for the school sector?
Well, certainty is very important for the school sector, and we absolutely support the change from a cap to a floor. But we're concerned that as to whether the ratchet mechanism will do what it's intended, because we take the view that there could potentially be a possibility for an incoming government to decrease its funding in terms of making sure that the reduced funding is just greater than the previous year's funding. So we think some further investigation should be made to make sure that this is actually an effective ratchet mechanism. We are worried about speed with respect to this. It's been a very short time frame in terms of the inquiry and the legislation going forward. And so we're highlighting these concerns with an urgency with respect to making sure that this delivers what the government actually intends.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just wanted to do a follow-up to some questions that have just asked by Senator O'Sullivan, where he talked about a reference to an election commitment. So before the election, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Labor remains committed working with states and territories to get every school to 100% of its fair funding level," end quote. And as the Shadow Minister, the member for Sydney, said, we need the states and territories to increase their effort as we would increase our effort to get every school up to 100% of its fair funding level. The government's $16 billion is certainly meeting this election commitment. Can I ask you about your engagement with the states and territories on the 4%? And have you asked the states and territories to fill or not to claim the 4%?
Yes, we're a federated union, which means that we've got branches and associated bodies with leadership in every state and territory across the country. And the leaders of our union have been in constant discussions and negotiations around school funding now for well over a decade, and certainly with respect to the 4% since 2018. That matter has been prosecuted with state and territory governments. We will continue to prosecute it. Our position is that with the assistance of the Commonwealth in terms of the structure of these new bilateral agreements, we could actually deal with the problem once and for all if we had bilateral agreements that did not include that 4% depreciation tax.
Thank you. I did notice that in your submission, the AEU raises concerns about the new obligation, and I think you mentioned it earlier, for the Minister for Education to make an annual statement to Parliament about proposed funding arrangements, and you warn that it might have implications for state and territory negotiations and confidentiality arrangements. Can you provide a bit more detail on that concern, and won't the department that will be drafting that annual statement be conscious of those sensitivities for states and territory and aim to avoid those confidentiality issues?
We would certainly hope so, Senator. Our concern really is that it's unclear how the expansion of the Minister's power here with respect to the types of school education, the information that might be a part of that statement. And I think this is one of those cautionary moments where we would say, given the haste in terms of getting this legislation through before the end of this year, that we would just urge caution. We think more information needs to be provided about the intent of this change in power.
Right. So you don't, I mean, I see this as a added transparency mechanism. So your concern is not that it's an annual statement, that the minister's going to make an annual statement to Parliament, but just to be mindful of some of the information that's going to be that you think might be put in the statement.
Yes, I think that's certainly a correct interpretation. We support additional transparency and accountability. It's something that we have sought, in fact, with our negotiations and discussions at all levels of government. But our concern here is that we don't believe that there's currently enough information with respect to exactly what would be included, for example, and for how this might interact, for example, with the Student Identifier Bill, the Student Identifiers Act as well.
Okay. Do I have enough time for one more question, Chair?
Maybe just so we can finish, you could finish off with one more, and then we'll go straight to Senator Allman-Payne and then to Senator Slade after that.
Okay, thank you. So just quickly, your submission also talks about the slashing of funding for public schools under the previous Liberal and National governments, and you say that the 2014-15 federal budget cut $30 billion to promised funding, and by 2017 these cuts were revised to $22 billion, which were later reduced to $17 billion as a result of Senate negotiations. Noting that you would like our offer to go further, do you accept that this government is going some way to improving the SRS allocation of funding for schools that was undermined by the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison governments?
Yes, of course we do. We've all lived through the last decade where schools have been denied the funding that they need. And so to see increases in funding is positive and welcome, but it comes back to the question of some money and not enough money. And for too long, our system has endured the cuts at all levels. They've endured a workforce crisis, and we want to see the full 100% delivered because if you make a comparison between the public and private sector, we've got almost every private school in the country is at or well above that SRS. but still we've got so many public schools that are not even going to get close under this current offer.
$16 billion has been is on the table for by the government. So thank you, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much, Senator Brown. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms Haythorpe. You've talked about that you've been urging states to remove the 4% loophole, or at least to not include that in their calculations. But as I understand your submission, the position is that the government should actually remove the ability for them to do that. Did this current government promise before the election that they would remove that 4% loophole?
Yes, before the election we had a commitment from the government that the 4% depreciation loophole would be removed. That's correct.
And in terms of your concerns around the ratchet mechanism, the school's information in particular, you're suggesting that it's not necessary to pass this bill straight away and that more time should be taken to look at the technical aspects of those things. Is there any, should WA, Tasmania or the Northern Territory be concerned that if that were to happen and this bill weren't to pass straight away, that they wouldn't get the 22.5% that's in the agreements they've signed?
This is where we currently have a difference of opinion with respect to the government on this matter, because it's our understanding that the regulations actually provide power for the NT, WA and Tasmania to receive that funding. So we would urge caution in terms of not taking the time necessary to actually look at this bill thoroughly and to make the necessary amendments to ensure that it does address our concerns and those of the broader community.
That certainly accords with the advice we've been given too, that the cap really only comes into effect if there isn't an agreement. So if there's an agreement, they can agree to give more. You've talked about the funding gap. In terms of the SRS, is it the case that the SRS is an aspirational level of funding? And what percentage of students is the SRS based on getting above the minimum standard when it was originally calculated?
Yes, so the SRS is not an aspirational level of funding. It's a minimum level of funding that's required. And if you look at the ACT, which is currently at 100%, our members there would tell you that they are experiencing very similar escalating workloads and issues of concern with respect to helping those students who need help. When the SRS was originally constructed, it was based on a formula. Essentially, I'm sorry, I've just forgotten the last part of your question, Senator.
In terms of that formula, when it was originally designed, was it designed to get 100% of students to the minimum standard?
No, it was based on a formula that essentially would get 80% of those students to the minimum standard.
In terms of, I guess it's been 13 years or so since we had the original Gonski review. How would you characterise the level of complexity and need of students across public schools and how that's changed over time since 2013 or thereabouts?
Yes, the level of complexity has significantly escalated. We conduct a national State of Our Schools survey every year, and our members tell us about their concerns around those students who have complex learning needs, students who may be from a disadvantaged background or indeed have a disability, or who are from an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander background or whose language is, first language is not English. We are seeing a concentration, and we are worried about the residualisation effect with respect to public education. When you don't fund a system properly, when that translates to staffing shortages, when parents see that students are being put together in large halls to cover staffing shortages on the ground, then people are making choices about where they take their children. We need a public system which is fully funded, We need a workforce that is professionally supported, and then we will be able to cater for all of those children that we are seeing now who have much more complex needs than when the original Gonskill review was conducted over 13 years ago.
And my last question, if the government's proposed bill goes through in its current form and we see further deals along the lines of the 3 that have already been signed with WA, Tas, particularly with WA and Tas, what does that mean for the next generation of young people at school in this country?
We have students who are finishing their final year of schooling right now who started school in the first year of the Gonskill review being handed down. If further deals are done on this basis, if you have a look at Queensland, for example, which has almost an 11% gap, having a deal which provides for 2.5% Commonwealth contribution and a 2.5% state contribution means that for the next decade and further, Queensland will be at least 6% behind everybody else. So we will not see these equity gaps close. We think there is no better time than right now to deal with this. We've got broad general agreement from across the nation that this is a problem and that it needs to be fixed. We've got a government, a federal government that has stated their intent to fix this with a pathway to that 100%. We just need to get on with this and do it and get this money into schools where it's needed.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple from me, Chair. You've spoken about the increasing, I guess, complexity of student needs, wellbeing, mental health issues that are, becoming a significant concern in the school environment. In the agreements signed to date with WA, Tasmania and the NT, student wellbeing is mentioned, but there's no tangible measures, I guess, of how that funding will be directed. Do you have any further detail on the additional supports that will be in place at state and territory level?
No, we don't, because the agreements are silent on how that will be translated at state and territory level. And we know from past national school reform agreements that once that agreement is signed, that states and territories can then go away and put the mechanisms in place. Our members know what they need. They need additional school counsellors who are properly and professionally trained. They need additional speech pathologists, OTs, people that can quickly assess these students and get programs into place in schools to help these kids with their learning.
So we've spoken about student wellbeing. What about other aspects of the quote-unquote reforms in those agreements, things like explicit instruction, phonics, numeracy checks? Do you have a view on those and how they're being implemented?
Yes, we do have a view. Some of those mechanisms we don't actually support. We believe in the rights of teachers to actually teach children in the best way that they know how every day in schools. They don't need mandated programs to do that. They need resources and they need the support of governments to trust their professional judgment with respect to their learning on the ground.
So if the Commonwealth increase its share to 22.5, will the states reduce their contribution? I mean, is that how it works?
No, they won't reduce their contribution. If the current negotiations have been that if the Commonwealth puts in an additional 2.5%, the states are also required to put in an additional 2.5%. But for some states, that won't actually close the gap because the gap is greater than 5%.
Okay, I'm happy to leave it there, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. And thank you, Ms Haythorpe, for your time this afternoon. And if you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Friday the 15th of November?
Thank you very much, Chair.
She's just jumped off. Oh, good, thank you. You're quick to come back on. I just wanted just a quick question. Just on the BFSA, which ties funding to building a strong and sustainable workforce and includes support for measures that include reducing teacher workload. Will your membership support this, do you think, and what impact might it have on the day-to-day practice within schools?
Yes, our members will support mechanisms that would reduce teacher workload. It's a critically important issue at the moment that's having an impact on the attraction and retention of teachers. If we can get the resourcing into the system and we can better support teachers on the ground, then we have much more chance of actually keeping them in the profession, and that's very important to us going forward.
And just a quick question too, just on the question of the support for rural areas for teachers and the programs there that have been recommended as well. Do you think that's going to also be of assistance to your members in regional areas?
Yes, it will, Chair, particularly the government's intended practicum relief programs and other measures to attract people into those regions. That's a very important part of the attraction and retention programs that we need going forward. There is one caution there, though, in terms of the BFSA. For those states that haven't signed up, any mechanisms or programs that might be implemented without the resourcing would actually increase the workload for others. So the resourcing component is critically important.
Look, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. As I say, if you've taken any questions on notice, if you could give us those answers by the 15th of November, this Friday, would be a great deal of assistance. Have a great afternoon.
You're very welcome, and my apologies for the technical problems at the beginning of the session.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just suspend briefly. Get underway. I now welcome in person representatives from the Department of Education. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear here today?
Thank you, Chair. Meg Brighton, Deputy Secretary Schools, Department of Education.
Good, thank you.
Jessica Moore, First Assistant Secretary, National Reform Division, Department of Education.
Thanks.
Fabian Harding, First Assistant Secretary, Funding and Data Collection.
Good, thanks very much. Do you have an opening statement?
Chair, in the interest of the committee's time, we thought we could just go straight to questions.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Brown.
Sorry, Chair, you've put me off guard. I just want to ask the department, we've heard evidence that has characterised this legislation as changing the Commonwealth's share of public school funding from 20% to 20%. That ignores some really important funding uplifts that this bill actually enables. Could you please explain how the mechanics of this bill and the delegated legislation work to make these changes, please?
Yes, thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question. So fundamentally what this bill is seeking to do is to change the existing 20% cap on funding to a 20% floor for public school funding. What this means in practice is that the bill provides for not only the floor to be established, but then a head of power that provides for regulations to be made that reflect the state and territory negotiations on the funding agreements. So in practice, what this will mean is the regulations will set out the agreed shares that have been reached between the Australian Government and the relevant jurisdiction over the course of the term of their bilateral.
Right. So for the avoidance of any doubt, is it true to say that the legislation which enlivens the BSSA makes no change to the share of public school funding the Commonwealth is allowed to contribute?
Senator, this legislation does some important things. At the moment, the way the legislation works is it requires a consistency of shares across the jurisdictions. This allows for a differential between the jurisdictions to reflect their bilateral agreements so that, for instance, as we've got in the case of the Northern Territory, it means that the regulations can set out a trajectory to have Northern Territory reach a 40% Commonwealth Government share by 2029, whereas an arrangement with WA will enable the share to reach 22.5% by 2026. So this differential is really important because part of the agreement with states and territories is a Commonwealth contribution as well as a state and territory contribution. So we're all heading in the same direction.
Thank you. And the committee has heard from the last witness about the ratchet mechanism being used as a lock to increased funding. And I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Certainly. So that ratchet mechanism, the way it's designed is that once the regulation is established and the regulation reflects the agreement that we have with the state or territory, and I'll get Ms Moore to work through an example in just a minute, once that regulation is set, the share can't go backwards. So the regulation will set out each year for the next 5 years an Australian government contribution towards a jurisdiction. The ratchet mechanism means that a future regulation can't take that share backwards. If the government of the day wanted to change the share, they would need to amend the Act, and then that would be a matter for Parliament to determine whether there was going to be a reduction in the shares. Ms Moore, perhaps you could give an example of what that would look like.
Certainly. So the bill's quite clear, I think, that the Commonwealth share is the percentage in the regulations, and then the bill goes on to say, well, the percentage in the regulations can't be less than the current amount or current percentage or a previous year's percentage. So, for example, if we work through a Northern Territory situation where their bilateral agreement sets out over a 5-year period the increase in the Commonwealth Government share, so, for example, you would envisage a regulation that said the Australian Government's contribution for government schools for the Northern Territory in 2025 would be 24.2%. In 2026, it might be 28.69%, all the way up to 2029 and onwards, getting to 40%. A future regulation would have to be either the same or a higher amount than the years prescribed there.
Oh, okay, thanks. That does make it quite clear. So how do you measure in the bill and the national agreement increased transparency of Commonwealth funding to schools?
So the bill provides, there's two dimensions of the transparency. There's the amendments that are articulated in the bill, and then there's work we have done in the negotiations on the 10-year heads of agreement. So by way of the bill itself, the bill establishes a new object of the Act, establishing transparency and accountability as in relation to funding arrangements for school education, so having that as an anchor point in the bill. And then it also requires the Minister for Education to prepare an annual statement to Parliament on the progress made in relation to school education reform. And that's really deliberate to give transparency and also accountability to the Australian Parliament on the progress of that work. The heads of agreement, which is the companion piece, in our negotiations with states and territories, we've also done work to strengthen reporting and transparency arrangements through the heads of agreement. And what that looks like is we're requiring jurisdictions to report on how Australian government additional in funding has been invested in the national reform directions and how it's been directed to priority equity cohorts. We're also looking to seek information on both qualitative and quantitative impacts from the investment. So these elements together are really important. We've also strengthened up other provisions in the heads of agreement around greater clarity of the information that approved system authorities need to make publicly available about their needs-based funding model. You might recall Australian government funding. We have a Gonski needs-based funding model. That's what we use to calculate the funding that goes to jurisdictions, but then jurisdictions or approved authorities, approved system authorities, they can have their own funding model to distribute that funding to schools. That funding model does need to align to the Gonski principles, but it can be their own model. So what the clause in the heads of agreement provides for is really for parties to the agreement to provide greater clarity and transparency and clearer communication to their communities about those funding models. Ms Moore, did you need to add it?
I was only going to add to Ms Brighton's testimony about the annual report to Parliament. Obviously comes, and the traditional transparency mechanisms in the BFSA come in the context of a number of reviews that have taken place over the previous couple of years into the operation of the NSRA and school funding arrangements. And I refer to the Productivity Commission's review of the NSRA and also the review into to inform a better and fairer education system, which occurred last year, both of which had extensive consultation processes and both of which recommended an annual report to Parliament be introduced.
Right. Thank you. The committee has also heard about the agreement having national targets and about a desire for specific targets for equity groups. Can you please explain for the committee how the agreement handles the need to support equity groups and how this relates to the targets?
Certainly. Thanks, Senator, for the question. Perhaps if I start on a first principles basis, December last year, all education ministers had agreed to the 3 priorities for the next school reform agreement. One of those priorities was excellent equity and excellence. Then there was wellbeing for learning and engagement, and the third priority is teacher workforce. So equity features quite strongly in both the outcome measures as well as in the reform directions. And a key underpinning of the reform directions is ensuring that young people their needs are identified early, and as part of identifying those needs early, then ensuring that those students are getting what they need to catch up and to keep up. So that's through targeted intensive supports, that's through high quality teaching practice in the classroom, that's through things like the phonics check and the numeracy check, which are deliberately designed as tools to help educators identify the needs and then respond accordingly. Those reform measures are then reflected in the bilateral arrangements with state and territories. Those bilateral arrangements ensure that the reforms are applied in context in that jurisdiction, so it fits in part of their whole school improvement approach. And then supporting all that, we have a number of improvement measures that we have implemented as part of the heads of agreement, and those improvement measures have a particular focus on priority cohorts. So we get an aggregate measure about how students are performing overall, and then where the data is available, we will disaggregate by priority equity cohort.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thanks very much, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us, having seen us so recently at Estimates. And I must apologise because there are some questions that I'm going to ask that are a bit similar to what I asked at Estimates, but I do want them on the record, I guess, for this bill. So just going to the Schooling Resource Standard, in the submission to this inquiry, your document states that the SRS is an estimate of how much total public funding a school needs to meet its students' educational needs. What percentage of students was the original Gonski base loading modelled on getting across the line? My understanding is it was 80%. Is that correct?
Senator, the original Gonski model, the reference schools used for that, it was where at least 80% of students are achieving above the national minimum standard for their year level in both reading and numeracy across all 3 years in 2008, 2009 and 2010. So what that means is that in each of those 3 years, across years 3, 5, 7 and 9, in both reading and numeracy, 80% of young people were above the national minimum standard. So it wasn't just to get them to the national minimum standard, it was above. So at the time...
Is it all above or at or above?
No, it's above. So it's in the Gonski report, page 157. So because it's above, what that meant was when that original work was done, only 16% of schools in the country met that benchmark. So that was about 1,400. And a lot of schools might have met 80% of students in a single grade, met the benchmark of being above national minimum standard, but only 16% had it in all of those 3 years across all year levels, sitting in numeracy and reading above the benchmark. So the consultant firm that did that work for the Gonski panel, they also did some assessment about what would it be if that figure wasn't 80%, but it was 90%. And I think, if I'm just looking at Gonski report here, what the Gonski panel determined was that was to hit the 90% of students sitting above the national benchmark was likely an unachievable outcome in terms of standard bell curve measures. And it was only... Sorry, I'll just say it was only 3% of schools in the country at the time that met the 90% benchmark. So only 271 schools in the country.
Someone needs to tell the people who bash teachers over the head in the newspapers that it's we're all told as teachers that our aim is to get every single student across the line. And I've just heard that actually the modelling's done on it's impossible to get them all across the line, but I might leave that there. We had some really interesting evidence today from Mr. Schiffer, who's looking at segregation in school systems. And one of the things that he talked about was the fact that there's a large body of increasing international evidence that tells us that the more we segregate students and the more we concentrate disadvantage, that has a significant negative impact on young people's learning. And certainly what we've seen over the course of recent PISA data coming in, it tells us that within Australia we're seeing increasing segregation and a wider equity gap. One of the things that Mr. Schiffer talked about was the fact that all the measurements in the BFSA are really focused on individual student factors. So is a student with disability, do they have a disability? Are they First Nations? Are they remote? Are they regional? And he talked about the fact that there's no real recognition or measurement or accounting for systemic factors that are increasing disadvantage. So, for example, the school that has 90% of young people, in the lowest percentiles, and therefore the SRS currently doesn't account for that. Is there anything in this BFSA, in the new agreement, that actually takes into account and funds according to systemic disadvantage, like concentrations of young people, that multiplies the disadvantage beyond just the impact on an individual student?
Yeah. Thanks, Senator. if I can go to that in just a moment. What I would like to say on the Gonski funding model is that while the funding model was based on a particular statistical analysis around 80% of children sitting above the national minimum benchmark across all those years of NAPLAN for 3 years concurrently, nothing should stop us from seeking to realise the ambition that every child and young person in this country should be able to catch up, keep up and absolutely thrive in our education system. So we stand by that, and we think that this agreement is very firmly anchored in those principles. On the evidence you referred to, we have discussed this as part of our discussions with states and territories, and there's a few comments I would make. The concentration of disadvantage we know has an impact. We see it in our PISA results. We see it in results overall. It is a very complex area, and in the funding agreement that we have signed so far with 3 jurisdictions, we have a piece of work under what we call the National Enabling Initiatives. These are bodies of work that we commit to doing together, and one of those pieces of work is looking at socioeconomic diversity, its impact on schools and student learning, and what are the approaches to addressing these impacts. And that's work that we have collectively agreed to work on together. Some of the evidence you heard earlier on today talked about Dr. Brunninger's work with the Paul Ramsay Foundation. She's starting to see some really interesting insights on that work. We will work with states and territories in the early part of this agreement to try and get a better insight to that. The other element this agreement provides for is we have a commitment, for those who agree to the BFSA, we have a commitment to review the SRS base and loadings. And in those discussions, one of the things that has come up is we know a lot more about schooling now, and is the way that the funding calculations working, does it adequately address those that intersectionality, the concentrations of disadvantage, and that's a piece of work that we will do in the early part of the next agreement.
So noting that, I guess one of the things that I imagine could fall out of that is an understanding, for example, that actually more resourcing is required where there's concentrations of disadvantage. Do these agreements and the legislation lock states and the federal government into 5 years, 10 years worth of funding in circumstances where we may actually grow to understand based on that work that it's not enough? Or does it provide scope for there to be additional funding flow if that extra research actually shows us that, yes, because we have an increasingly segregated system, we actually need to do a lot more for those kids in areas of serious concentrations of disadvantage?
Yeah, Senator, there's a few ways I think that we would look at that issue. One is, as I said at the beginning of my evidence, the Australian government funding model calculates the funding according to the Gonski model, and then states and territories distribute that funding in a way that's consistent with their own funding models, some of which may well have a concentration dimension to it. When we do the work together on the SRS calculations, if you've read the head agreement, you'll see one of the parts, at least there should be at least one cost-neutral option as part of that work. But as part of any good policy work, what that will look at is how do these loadings work together, what are the loadings needing to be optimised, and what is the amount of funding that needs to be included. The 10-year agreement, ministers had collectively agreed that the bilateral arrangements would be in 2 5-year blocks. And those 2-year, 5-year blocks give education ministers the opportunity at the midpoint to do a review of the agreement, to look at targets, to look at measures, to look at reforms and see do they need to recalibrate any of which that they had committed to. And if at that time they made a decision to collectively relook at funding, nothing would stop them from doing that.
Okay, I just have some clarifying questions around the ratchet mechanism. Just for clarity, does the ratchet mechanism proposed in the bill allow a minister to reduce the Commonwealth's contributions from previous years retrospectively. So could they pass retrospective legislation or regulation, which isn't disallowable, to actually reduce it retrospectively? And I know we don't normally see retrospective legislation, but wanting to rule that out altogether.
Certainly, Senator. So in respect of the regulations, the new clause 35A2 makes it clear that a Commonwealth share for a school for a year or a previous year, any future regulation needs to be greater or equal to that amount. So the regulations wouldn't be able to give effect to a lowering of the percentage. In terms of changes to the legislation, it would be, it's uncommon, as you say, for retrospective pieces of legislation to go to Parliament and then be passed. I can't imagine a situation where that would be the case.
Does the ratchet mechanism still apply if an agreement expires or isn't entered into in the first place?
So under the Act, in order for Australian government funding contributions to flow to states and territories, an agreement needs to be in place. So that's a precursor required under the Act before funding can flow. So at all times, an agreement needs to be in place.
Can I just clarify then something with the current legislation? Last question.
Yep.
Under the current legislation, does the current legislation require an agreement, or does the current legislation facilitate 20% flowing absent an agreement?
Senator, in order, under section 22, subsection 2 of the existing Act, in order for financial assistance payments to be made, there needs to be a national agreement and an implementation agreement, and the implementation agreement is the bilateral agreement. So those need to be in play in order for the Commonwealth funding to flow, and the Commonwealth funding would flow at 20% with those agreements in place.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Senator Billick.
Thanks, Chair. So we've heard from teachers and school leaders today about workload, you know, and from educators and their advocates today about workload and what a concern it is for many in the profession. How will this bill and the national agreement that's linked to it address rising teacher workload?
Senator, the impact and stresses on our teaching workforce has been at the forefront of education ministers' collectively minds. They agreed to establish a National Teacher Workforce Action Plan in 2022, and we have been working with our colleagues in states and territories on the implementation of that plan. That has then informed the negotiations that we've had with states and territories. So in the Heads of Agreement, one of the key limbs of reform is all about workforce. What we are trying to do is attract more people into teaching, support the workforce who are already in teaching to stay in teaching, and ensure that we continue to provide supports for them in terms of their development professionally, but also their health and wellbeing. So under the under the new 10-year Heads of Agreement, one of the reforms is initiatives to strengthen teacher and school leader wellbeing, and that includes actions to support safe and respectful schools, cultural integrity, and I know that you heard from Dion Anderson earlier today, but also to reduce teacher and school leader workload. And this reform will build upon the existing work we've got running at the moment with states and territories, where the government's invested in the order of $30 million to pilot different approaches across the country with states and territories to reduce teacher workload. And those pilots are very bespoke to the different needs and the different jurisdictions. So that's a really key pillar of this. The other thing, one of the principles that we've had running throughout the negotiations is we reuse existing data where we have it. We've got a principle of not putting any additional workload onto teachers or school leaders, and that has underpinned not only the negotiations but all of the elements that are featured in the Heads of Agreement.
Yeah, I just add that it's an explicit commitment in the agreement at clause 98 that unless explicitly stated otherwise, the reporting under the agreement will not impose any additional burden on schools. It's an explicit commitment in the agreement. I'd also add that at clause 90, consistent with the action in the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, a teacher workload impact assessment will be prepared in consultation with states and territories, the non-government sector and unions as part of the development of all the project plans related to the national enabling initiatives committed to under the BFSA. So it continues to be a very strong theme throughout the 10-year agreement that there would not be additional workload on teachers and schools.
Right, thank you. There's been a lot of commentary and interest in the path to 100% today. Can you outline the deals that have been signed and the year in which the additional Commonwealth funding will be fully realised in each jurisdiction, please?
Certainly. So we have three arrangements, 3 Heads of Agreement and bilateral agreements have been signed. The Northern Territory that is an agreement, can I just say, we're all really proud of. It will be generational changing in the Northern Territory. What that will mean is that the Northern Territory will receive 40% of their SRS from the Australian Government by 2029. So that system will be fully funded with both the Commonwealth funding and the Northern Territory Government funding by 2029. And when I say by 2029, I appreciate that the committee isn't in our daily business. That means the January payment that goes to the jurisdictions will feature the full amount of funding from the January payment of that year. Perhaps Ms Moore might be able to work us through the other
certainly. So that was signed on the 31st of July. Western Australia, that was signed on the agreement with the Western Australia was signed on the 3rd of September, and that will have the Australian Government increasing its share of funding from 2020 to 22.5 and the Western Australian Government matching that contribution going from 75 to 77.5 by 2026. Similarly, as Ms Brighton said, that'll commence in the January payment. And Tasmania, which was signed on the 25th of September, the Australian Government will be increasing its share of funding from 20 to 22.5 by 2026, and similarly Tasmania will increase its funding share from 24.31% to 74.31% to 77.5% by 2026.
And with the remaining jurisdictions, we are continuing the negotiations with the other jurisdictions over the, even as recently as yesterday in conversations with the jurisdictions about the other outstanding matters.
Yeah, great, thank you. We've heard a bit about the Australian curriculum today, and it wasn't all necessarily nice, but I thought that the Australian curriculum was signed off on behalf of the Commonwealth by, I think it was Acting Minister Robert on 1st of April 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, the Australian curriculum went through a large review and it was signed off in April 2022, and jurisdictions have been in the process of implementing the new curriculum. And part of what we've been working with states and territories on is stronger supports for teachers about the implementation of that curriculum. Aero has been commissioned by us to do a range of work about resources. We've got the university in, now I said it wrong, estimates, University of Adelaide doing micro-credentials to support teachers. All of this is the wraparound for the implementation of the curriculum.
So am I right in thinking that the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement will help, will support teachers to teach the Australian curriculum?
Yes, we've got a range of initiatives, Senator, in the agreement. And one of those key areas of reform, and if I'll just quote it from the agreement, under a strong and sustainable workforce, one of the commitments is to provide access to high-quality, evidence-based professional learning for teachers and school leaders, as well as the provision of quality-assured curriculum resources that have been developed in partnership with the teaching profession. So that's one of the key reforms under a strong and sustainable workforce in the agreement.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Good, thanks very much.
That's it from me, Chair. Yep.
Good, thanks very much. I now go to Senator Brockman.
Great, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for coming along today. Just want to start with some evidence we were given early on today by the Independent Schools and the Catholic Education Commission about the differential treatment of the regulations, one being a disallowable instrument, the other being not disallowable, so a differential treatment between government and non-government schools. They raised, that this would potentially result in unfair treatment. How did this come about? Was this just a decision of government, the differential treatment? Did it come about within the drafting within the department? Can we just talk to how we got to where we are?
Thanks, Senator, for the question. I think there's a couple of things that I would go to on this. When we talk about the funding for the public schools and having a mechanism to establish 20% as the floor and employ a ratchet mechanism to safeguard that investment, public schools are in quite a different position to the non-government sector. So the Australian Education Act sets out that the Australian government funding share for the non-government sector is 80%. And non-government schools are either at that 80% or they're transitioning down by 2029 to that 80%. So a ratchet mechanism wouldn't really be appropriate for the non-government sector because they're actually, if they're not already at 80%, they're transitioning down to 80%. Whereas the ratchet mechanism is a safeguarding for those public schools who are coming up in their funding share. In terms of the disallowance, the reason behind the disallowance is the bilateral agreements are artefacts of Commonwealth and state and territory negotiations, and those bilateral agreements around the funding trajectories will be embedded in the regulations. The disallowance mechanism, or the prohibition of a disallowance or an exemption from disallowance, is really to protect the negotiations between Commonwealth and state and removes the uncertainty around those funding shares. So there are a range of arrangements that are given effect through regulations that are exempt from disallowance. And it's things like national specific purpose payments, national health reform payments. This is not an unusual treatment to give effect to a Commonwealth and state agreement. Do you need?
Okay, so was it something that came through the drafting process, or was it a decision of government coming down from above?
If you're talking specifically about the disallowance mechanism, the disallowance mechanism is really a matter of custom and practice by way of Commonwealth and state negotiations.
Similar provisions exist in the Federal Financial Relations Act 2009 in relation to a number of the intergovernmental agreements listed in that act. It's a pretty standard term clause that applies in relation to intergov agreements.
Oh, look, I completely understand that, but I think you would also understand that from the non-government school sector that their funding envelope being disallowable, whereas, and under this bill, the government school sector would not be disallowable, gives them a level of I guess, uncertainty and nervousness.
I think, Senator, the non-government sector take great comfort that the regulations that articulate their transition to 2029 have been in place for some time, and we have not encountered any mechanisms, any concerns or issues with those regulations being in place.
With due respect, they might take great comfort from it, but the fact they've raised it means that they are nervous about it, but I'm happy to move on. 3 jurisdictions have signed heads of agreement. Is it publicly available somewhere how long do those agreements go for? Could you remind me?
So the heads of agreement is a 10-year agreement, 2025 to 2035. Is that right? Jess?
So
2034, sorry. And then there's a bilateral agreement, which is 5 years. Both of those agreements are available from our website, and we're happy to provide the committee with that.
And does that provide a year-by-year funding breakdown?
Yes.
It does, over those 10 years or over the forwards?
Over the 5 years, it's got the Commonwealth and the jurisdiction share of the SRS in the bilateral agreements.
That'd be great if you could provide them to the committee. I'm very happy to hear they're available, but if you could provide them to the committee, that would be good. So we want, sorry, just to be clear, I was chasing the extra dollars, the actual dollar amount, not just shares.
So the shares
is that public?
Yeah, the shares are in the bilateral agreement. The extra dollars are in the various media releases about the announcement, but they will be for those elements that have been, for those jurisdictions that have been signed, that usually appears as a measure through the budget process.
So can you provide the committee with the breakdown year by year of at least the forwards, but as far as you can go, as far as your modelling goes, of the actual amounts, the dollar amounts?
Senator, that will be in the MyEFO budget papers, so certainly we can appreciate the time that the committee is working to, but it will be published once government have resolved their MyEFO position. We can certainly give you the media releases that were done.
But the agreements have been signed. I'm not quite sure why you can't provide the committee with that information.
We'll take that on notice, Senator, about what we can provide.
Okay, if you could. Honestly, I'm not trying to be tricky here, but if the information is in media releases and you have the information, then I'm not actually sure why you need to wait for MyEFO to give it to the committee.
So, Senator, we're just trying to give you the most accurate approach we can. So the bilateral agreements have as a share, as a percentage in that space, so that the percentages are converted into dollars over time. So in the agreements, the percentages stay the same over the years, but as the schooling resourcing standard changes through indexation, etc., and parameters, that number actually changes over time. So we can't state to you a number that'll be the same number over the period of the agreement, because that will change as the SRS changes with indexation over time.
But Senator, we'll take that on notice and we'll get it.
But we can provide you with where we think we are right now, which was the number that generated the media release.
Okay, so you can give us the profile as it stands at the moment.
Yeah, at the right. The comment was, Senator, that will be updated shortly in MyEFO with different parameter changes. So it'll be as at now, but it will change in the future with MyEFO.
No, I completely understand that. But if we could get the numbers now, and obviously completely understand those numbers change over time, but if we could get those numbers now over at least the forward estimates or as far as you can go. There's a no disadvantage clause in the bilateral agreements for Western Australia and Tasmania. Can you explain that to me? Is the government anticipating more will need to be offered to the remaining 5 states to get them across the line? What's the...
Senator, it's a general custom and practice to include a no disadvantage clause. The same clauses have appeared in previous bilateral agreements as part of the NESRA, and I expect the NERA before that. It's a protection, it's a protection that states and territories like to have in place.
Good, thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll now go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. Pleased to hear that about WA, coming from WA, but thank you. Do you have the additional funding by year for each of the 5 jurisdictions yet to agree?
So, Senator, we're still in negotiations with those jurisdictions. Are you asking, have I got the 20% like their existing funding
I
arrangements?
guess just following on from the question that Senator Brockman was asking in relation to the, obviously you're going to update it in my EFA, but do you have an estimate of the funding for each of the 5 jurisdictions yet to agree?
So we've got the funding estimates based on the 20% arrangements, the existing arrangements with the states and territories, but we're still in negotiations with them around whether they will sign the 10-year agreement. Yeah, but we can certainly furnish you the existing arrangements and the value of those.
Yeah, and I guess also, so based on the additional 2.5% from the Commonwealth, if that's what is being proposed.
Okay, we'll take that on notice, thanks.
It was an election commitment of the Albanese government to put schools, so they're in opposition, I should say, to put schools on a pathway to full and fair funding. Do you consider that this commitment has been achieved?
So, Senator, we're still in negotiations. The commitment was to work with states and territories on that, and that's the anchor point for the negotiations of the jurisdiction and the Australian government contributing to the full and fair funding. Yeah. So
then has it been achieved? Sorry, go ahead.
Given we're still in negotiations, we've got signed with 3 jurisdictions, and they're definitely on that pathway. Given those agreements in place, and I think that 2 of those agreements will be at their full funding by 2026, and then the 3rd by 2029, and the others we will continue to work with to try and get them on that same pathway.
Okay, so for the ones that have signed, they're on that pathway. Obviously, you're still negotiating with the others. All of the agreements include some specific reforms. For the Year 1 phonics check, for example, will you use consistent phonics checks for all states and territories?
So, Senator, states and territories will, under the agreement, states and territories will continue to use their own phonics checks that they have adopted. However, a number of jurisdictions are using the Australian government phonics check, and Ms. Brighton.
So it's not a requirement in the agreement to use a standardised check?
No, it's not a requirement of the agreement to use a standardised check. It is a requirement of the agreement to use to have a phonics check in place and work towards having a numeracy check in place, which will be developed as part of the BFSA.
Thank you. So in relation to the numeracy check then, can I clarify, in which year of school will this be undertaken?
So, Senator, that's something that we will work on with states and territory. The way we've crafted it in the Heads of Agreement is an early years numeracy check. We've got a number check at the moment, but it's not comprehensive enough. It's not a numeracy check. And we'll work with states and territories about what does the research show, what is the optimum year for that to be available in? Is it in the foundation year or is it in Year 1? Because the important thing is it's used to identify the needs of students and then whatever interventions a teacher might need to apply to support the student develop those skills.
And again, is this something that the department, as in the Commonwealth Department, is developing, or will it be each individual states and territories?
It's one of the initiatives we call a National Enabling Initiative. It's in the agreement that we'll do the work together across states and territories and the Australian government. Like many of these things, we're very happy to take leading hand on some of the project planning and the wraparound, and then we negotiate that with our states and territories. It's not likely something that the department itself will develop. We will likely commission that work from someone else.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So when will you have that numeracy check developed? When will it be available?
Let me just check the timeline. Ms. Moore might have that.
Sure. So in the schedule, I think it's B of the agreement, Senator, there's a timeline for the development of all the national enabling initiatives. So it talks about the development of the early years of schooling numeracy check kicking off in 2025 with the idea that it would be trialled from 2027 and then able to be rolled out in schools across Australia from 2028.
Look, excuse my ignorance in terms of how long it takes to implement something, but that does seem to be a long time. Why does it take that long to implement it fully?
So the first thing we're going to do, Senator, is develop a project plan for the work, and that will look at what are the elements need to be developed, what needs to go into this, what does the consultation and the piloting need to look like. We'll do that project plan early next year so that education ministers can settle it by mid next year at the latest. Once that project planning has been done, then we will have a clearer picture about when we'll implement. The timelines that we've got in the agreement are based on our best estimate at the time, but we need to do the detailed project planning. If we can bring forward any of the national enabling initiatives, we'll seek to do so. But we'll have a clearer picture once.
I hope you can. Thanks. In terms of evidence-based teaching reforms, will there be targets set for the use of these, i.e. mandates for reading, writing or math?
So, Senator, throughout the agreement, we've got a really clear articulation in both outcomes, in the measures, as well in the reforms about evidence-based teaching practices. That is throughout the agreement. The target improvement measures, sorry, I get the language wrong. The improvement measures that we have in the agreement are anchored in students moving to higher levels of achievement across literacy and numeracy. And that will be part of the measurement we will be able to use to make sure that we are getting the progress we need to in terms of student outcomes.
And how are you planning to monitor the implementation and effectiveness of the reform?
So as part of the agreement, Senator, the states and territories will be providing an annual report to the Australian government. That's customary and is consistent with what happened under the National School Reform Agreement. The reporting requirements under the BFSA have been changed slightly, where additional information is going to be asked from states and territories, particularly about those reforms with which Australian government funding is going to be directed. So where that has been specified in the bilateral agreement, there'll be additional reporting about what effectiveness there's been, how it's been driven to priority cohorts and what impact it's had on outcomes where that information is available.
And Senator, if I could just correct my evidence.
Time for one more, but maybe just a quick comment, yeah?
Sorry, I just need to correct my evidence. I said literacy and numeracy. I should have said reading and numeracy are the improvement measures.
Okay. And just finally then, have the states and territories agreed to mandating this in the delivery of the curriculum?
Senator, I'm not clear on your question. Mandating?
The monitoring of, in terms of your evidence-based teaching reforms, are they in agreement and particularly in terms of that monitoring of the effectiveness of that?
Senator, what I would say is that all the jurisdictions who have signed the agreement, and even in the negotiations we're having with states and territory, everyone is committed to ensuring the workforce is a strong workforce who have the tools they need to support children and young people. And underpinning that is evidence-based practices. In terms of the reporting back to the Commonwealth, the jurisdictions that have signed the 10-year Better and Fairer Schools Agreement have a commitment to report back to us the implementation of reforms and how the Commonwealth government funding has been spent, and some of those reforms absolutely go to practices in the classroom.
And Senator, just if you're interested, the bilateral agreements which are online have a template of what that reporting will look like.
Okay. I'll have a look at that. Yeah. Excellent. I've got more, but I'll put them on notice. Thanks for that.
Good, thanks, Senator O'Sullivan. Now, if you've taken any questions on notice, could you please return them by Friday the 15th of November? And thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thanks, Senators.
That concludes today's hearing, and thank you to all witnesses who have appeared, to Hansard and Broadcasting, of course. to the Secretariat for a wonderful job as always. Just got to look for that gluten-free food. We'll see how we go. And the committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by Friday the 15th of November 2024. The committee stands adjourned. Cheers.